what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? Back live today. Glad you can join us. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. If you are, say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
There's Mary Santora.
What up?
And Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
How did your first workout go yesterday with Orange Theory?
Oh, my God. It kicked my ass, but it's okay. I'm hydrated and motivated, so I did just fine.
You're hydrated.
Yeah, I had to drink a lot of water.
Oh.
I'm not as sore as I thought I would be, which is a good thing because I have been running. It just hasn't been really with any consistency. So I did the treadmill and the rower that works every muscle in your body.
Rowing machines are great.
Hard.
They're
Rowing
so
machines
hard.
are so
They
hard.
work everything on you. Yeah, they're fantastic.
And then what was the other machine you use?
The treadmill, the
Okay. Before the show, we were talking about it a little bit, and he kept calling it a treadmill.
A treadmill is what he says.
No, I did not.
Yes.
Dude, you say
usually
treadmill.
say treadmill.
I do not.
Yes.
You do.
Anything that has the word meal in it, you call it a mill, and anything that has mill in it, you call it a meal.
Whatever.
I'm proud of you. This has clearly worked more than your body. It's also worked your mind.
And
Now
I've
you've properly
earned-
pronounced treadmill.
I've earned my laziness. So now when people say, hey, you want to do this? I'm like, dude, I just worked out. Are you insane? No, I don't want to do that.
I like that's his takeaway. Not that I'm more active. I've earned each one of these is so I can earn.
I already did movement today.
What are you talking about? I was on a treadmill. Dude, I did the roar. I'm so sore. I can't believe you want to go shopping right now.
I thought I fully expected to be somewhat sore today because we went roller skating yesterday, and I haven't gone roller skating literally in 40 years. So I was like, but my daughter got, she's almost 7, and she got roller skates for Christmas from an aunt. And we say, well, let's go try these out. We were off yesterday for MLK. There was a Cavs game on yesterday afternoon. Everybody asking where we were. All you had to do was listen, and you would have heard the Cavs game. They won, by the way. But we went out to this place in Brunswick, this Brunswick skate park or something.
Yeah, I know that one.
And it's like an old, it probably looks exactly as it did 40 years ago. They're not updating roller rinks, They let some kids in there with like roller blades or whatever.
They put more black lights up.
Is that what they did?
I don't know. I feel like, because my kids would go to birthday parties at that one when we lived in Medina a few times. And then when I was a kid, I'd go to birthday parties there. So it's pretty much the same, but I feel like every 20 years they'll change the carpet.
Yeah, Brunswick Skate Station is what it is.
Yeah.
Anybody out there knows exactly where that is. You probably grew up going there. We were kind of doing some recon because my daughter's birthday is coming up, and we were trying to figure out if maybe she'd want to have a birthday party at the roller rink. Spoiler alert, she does not. But she's still very trepidatious on those roller skates. But it was packed out, man. It was packed. And it was fun. We weren't there for very long. A day like yesterday, I think they probably only open 3 hours, which is probably why everybody was there. But it was a good time. Strap on some roller skates. And but what I appreciated was they did this mix musically of songs kids are going to dig, and then literally songs that were playing when I was going to the roller rink in junior high. So like early Crew, Joan Jett. I don't know if that DJ was my age or what was going on there. Maybe they figured there's so many parents here. Try to make them happy.
Too,
but
yeah.
I also guarantee there was no parent there as old as me. But it was fun. It was a good time. But I partially expected to maybe be sore today, but I'm not.
I am sore as well, though, because Saturday, when I was in Sacramento, Chad Daniels and I were going to watch the Seahawks versus 49ers game, and we're like, all right, we're going to go. We're going to eat a bunch of wings, so let's lift beforehand. So we did like 50 minutes of leg workouts and then went and ate wings, and then Sunday we were just
Why
dying.
did you work out before you ate wings?
Because we wanted to, we're like, hey, let's burn some calories. It'll offset all the wings we're going to eat.
So I can't make fun of Poundcake for saying earned his laziness. You were trying to offset the wings.
Yeah, I mean, that was...
Gotcha.
Yeah. Basically, I was like, whatever, Chad, you're paying. So I'll go lift weights with you. And we lifted weights, for way too long. And then like Sunday,
This
we're
was
just
an open gym?
wandering around. It's just a gym that was in the hotel.
Oh, in the hotel gym. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doing split squats and stuff like
Yep.
that. Just whatever we could do with the dumbbells. But we just did it for too long for our old legs.
Uh-huh.
And I'm still in pain today.
Why
Like,
legs?
That was the rotation that we were both on.
Oh. You're like, what are we going to do? Hey, let's work out
He's like, it's leg day for me.
leg
I'm
day,
like,
okay.
oh, I can do a leg day
You guys-
today. So
Gotcha.
I
Yeah.
had a session with our personal trainer yesterday. It's always leg day. I told him, I was like, I don't care how strong I am. I want a nice butt. That's what I care
Right.
about. And halfway through, I was like, my legs were shaking halfway through our workout. And I don't know what he was on yesterday, but he was like really, really making me work and making me lift heavier than we've ever lifted. And I was like, is your goal for me to never walk again? Like, I can barely walk from one machine to the next with the amount that you have me lifting today. And he was just kind of, he's a very sweet, very nice guy. And yesterday he was kind of just like, listen, you asked me to do this. Like, if you want to work out, let's work out. And I was like, all right, Jesus.
You know
like,
what?
I guess we'll just keep going. My God. Like,
I'm really happy that I'm getting like my fupa done as well, like my fat upper personal area.
Fat upper personal
Personal.
area. There you go.
And like yesterday when I drove home, I was still in like my gym outfit, obviously, because it is a photo op. And I pulled in my driveway, and there was a guy out front jogging, like walking past me, and he saw that I was in, the gym attire too. So he gave me, the gym nod. Like, we're both working out, we're all both out of breath. I like this new vibe I'm on.
Yeah, you work in your fat upper personal area too? He goes, no, bro. I don't even know what that is.
Getting the gym nod.
what are you talking about?
Right. Alan, I used to skate there in the 80s. I grew up in Brunswick. Yeah, no, listen, I'm sure that they're all, because as far as roller rinks go, first of all, I couldn't believe I think there might be one in Lorraine too, but there are so few of them left that everybody goes to the ones that are open. So we walk up to the thing. It's just probably some old lady and her husband who own it. I don't know. She's working a ticket booth, and I was reading the signs, smoking, no vaping. And there was a sign that says, pull your pants up, which is just good advice, by the way, if you're wearing roller skates. You don't want to get tied up or tangled or tripped or anything like that.
Oh,
And I read it out loud and kind of chuckled, and she goes, oh, on Friday nights, I tell the girls they have to wear shirts. And I go, you got girls coming in here with no shirts?
They
She
probably
goes,
have like crop
they
tops
have
and-
on like their sports bras. I don't want any of that. I go, well, it probably gets pretty hot out there playing all that old crew and Joan Jett. What, Cody?
I was laughing.
But I was gonna say, I was going to Skateland and stuff like that in the time of Jenko jeans
Oh,
when people were
going down for the count.
yeah, well, but then there'd be the guys that were good at it, and they'd have to like make their Jenkos into floods, and then they'd get on rollerblades or roller skates and just go out there and tear it up, and it actually looked cool because they'd be like flowing behind them and like showed off their speed.
Oh, yeah.
So my dad was like a rock star roller skater, I guess, back in like the 70s and 80s, that like everyone around Cleveland knew of my dad. Like, he was a big deal in the roller skating community. And like everyone I've met has been
In the roller skating community.
I'm not even kidding. Like, more than one person who knew my dad was like, oh, he was like the king of the rink. He would always pull up on these ladies. Like, my dad, I guess, was the stud of the roller skating
He was out
rink.
there rubber legging.
He was serving people.
Like
Yes.
nobody's business.
He could do the flea hop where you got to go forward and backward, all that
Yep.
kind of stuff. And I remember,
Shoot the duck or whatever it's called.
whatever it is, a few years ago, he was feeling all willy-nilly one day, and he's like, let's go roller skating. And I was like, you weigh 400 pounds. And he got his ass on some roller skates, but he did like a little kid where he was like on the edge, like
It's like the
inching his
cartoon
way.
elephant when they put him on roller skates
Yes.
at the circus.
But he like stayed on the edge and wouldn't let go of the.
Oh, he held onto the
ledge.
wall.
Yeah, he
Oh,
held on
yeah.
the wall like pretty much the whole time. He would take like one or two skates off of it and then like go back. But he said that the next day and like probably 3 or 4 days after that, he's like, dude, I can't even walk.
Yeah.
My legs hurt, my ankles hurt, my everything. I was like, yeah, you're not meant to be. On
You're not built for it right now.
Dude, I think
Center of gravity.
fear helps you with a lot of things, because very first time I ice skated, the blades, I was so paranoid that I was going to get cut and chopped up, like if I fell on the ice that I never. I was so good at roller skate or ice skating my first time, I didn't fall because I was like, someone's gonna slice me up, someone's gonna fall over me. I'm just.
I mean, you can get cut by an ice skate.
I know, but I didn't fall my first time ice skating because I was so scared to.
But you prayed to the Lord, and He helped out. Yeah, this place in Brunswick, they apparently do like on Sundays or something. They got an organist that comes in.
Oh, nice.
So like people who are, I assume, 80 and up, who want to go roller skating out there, they got a full-on old-timey
Do
organist.
they have one of each kind of organist?
Yeah, right?
One for your ears, one for the insides of your body.
So when
I've
someone falls and dies, they got to harvest quick.
There you go. I got to take a break here. Another $1,000 for you. Not that far off. $230. Next chance for you to go fund yourself. So be listening for that. Text if you like 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready to celebrate the songs and artists you've listened to and loved over the past year.
Monday, March 27th, live on Fox. The biggest stars from all genres of music will come together to take a bow at our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Who will go home a winner?
iHeartRadio Music Award goes to...
That's all up to you.
This year's nominees include
Imagine Dragons,
Red Hot Chili Peppers,
Weezer,
Jack White,
21 Pilots,
Blink-182. The countdown is on to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Help decide who should win in categories like Best Lyrics, Best Music Video, Best Fan Army, Favorite
Now the Alan Cox Show.
There's no news.
Putting the me in lamestream media.
A lot of nonsense and fluff and sensationalism.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Anybody watch that dude who called us last week when he was on Chicago Fire?
Oh, no.
One of our listeners called and said he had a little speaking part on that show, and I forgot to record it, or if anybody paid attention there. Well, anyway.
Probably find it on the Peacock app, right?
Peacock. There you go. Cavs over the Pelicans yesterday for MLK Day.
Martin Luther King Jr.
113-103 was the final there.
Did you see that statue that they unveiled in Boston?
I did.
Boy.
That was.
I didn't understand all of the. I mean, it's a weird statue, but every modern piece of art now is exceedingly strange.
But
So,
it doesn't look like that.
well, what's it
doesn't
supposed to look like? Two people hugging?
It's yes.
Yes,
Did you
it
see the
is.
picture that it's supposed to be?
Yeah.
It doesn't look like that.
And from one angle, all I can see is just some dude munching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely it definitely got a lot of traction. If you saw it pop up in your feed or anything, a lot of people had their hot takes on the MLK statue there in
Martin
Boston.
Luther King Jr.
Right, and who better than the late mayor of Boston, Thomas Menino there. But I also saw Kevin Love was trending yesterday. Oh, what's Kevin Love up to? Everybody saying he needs to be fired. I guess he was playing poorly at the beginning of the game or something. I don't know.
He's not been having the best year.
Yeah.
He's the sex symbol of the Cavs. I keep telling you guys.
That's got nothing
That's
to
not
do
why
with
he's
how
trending.
well,
Sex
and that's not
appeal.
why they're paying him $30 million a year.
Yes, it is.
Maybe for you it is. I'm sure you think he earns every penny on the sex appeal scale. You'd probably want to pay him twice that
No, that's fine.
for just sex. Oh, he's just $30 million worth of sexy. All right. Well, there you go. Anyway, Cavs win. Kevin Love making it also the TMZ for smacking Larry Nance Jr. on the ass. You know, he plays for the Pelicans now, but used to be here with the Cavs, as so many other players have been, and gave him a little pat on the butt.
He really went at him. It wasn't a little pat. He whapped him.
It was like he was trying to remove a wedgie or
Yeah.
something. I don't know what he was doing, but
And then Larry Nance Jr. looks over at the ref like, come on, look at this guy.
he's appealing
Yeah.
to the law of the land to try to whatever. And I saw that Willie Green, who is a coach of the Pelicans, was mentioning that our own Evan Mobley has an incredible touch. And you got to think that Kevin Love feels besmirched by that, feels left out. What about my incredible touch? Just ask Larry Nance Jr.'s ass. Hell, ask Larry Nance Sr.'s ass. Is he still alive?
Yeah. Ask
Larry Nance Sr.'s ass. But they will play the Grizzlies in Memphis tomorrow night. I chose the Grizzlies. I'm over there on FanDuel, and I chose the Grizzlies as one of the teams that I think will be in the NBA Finals. Put some money on them. And then the Warriors will be in town to play the Cavs. My Bulls just trounced the Warriors. So that's good news. What?
Our program director just sent me this one. I hadn't seen this angle of the statue. Where
It looks like he's holding a giant D.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. It's
It's
very confusing how they.
it is some
Did they
wild
just
art.
only look at it from one angle, and then they were just like, all the other ones don't matter?
Mm-hmm.
That's my question.
I think that modern art is any art is susceptible to people's opinions and things. And, you know, if you're going to, I guess my thing is always, it's something that the city of Boston commissioned, right? Is this something that's going on tour? Is this something that was making its premiere in Boston?
I think it's staying up in Boston.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, Boston's certainly a town known for its love of racial diversity. But, yeah, I don't know if the city commissioned it or whatever.
Alan, see me after the show.
Martin Luther King Jr.
What's that? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this just in.
When it comes to Boston,
Yeah.
actually.
Well, good for them. Listen, those Celtics, they're doing very well. And whatever. Yeah, but I think a lot of times it is, you know, if you're commissioned to do a piece, you want to make it as kind of obtuse as you possibly can so that people look at it and talk about it. And, you know, if you do a statue of Martin Luther King Jr., People go, all right, whatever. You know, somebody's going to put a Bruins jersey on it or something. But I don't know. But Cavs win for yesterday afternoon. They'll play Memphis tomorrow night. Here on WMMS, your FM home, if you haven't heard, for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. That's an 8 o'clock tip tomorrow night. I also heard, by the way, since I'm on their mailing list, I assume because of my purchase of the Amy Acton bobblehead doll for charity some time ago, I'm still on the constant mailing list for the Bobblehead Hall of Fame.
I get those too, and I didn't order anything.
And they were kind enough to send me their press release for the unveiling of their Martin Luther King Jr. bobblehead yesterday. Now, they would have been wise to include a photo. They didn't do that. But it has him standing, as they have to describe it, because there's no photo attached, standing at the podium, delivering his iconic I Have a Dream speech. It includes audio clips from his speech. What better way to honor? But again, if you're over there at the National Bobblehead Hall of Fame, you got to come up with something. I think it's just a guy in his basement. It's in Milwaukee, you know, a guy who calls himself the CEO of the National Bobblehead Hall of Fame. Well, so it was kind enough for them to let me know that that was happening yesterday. But again, that seems like something that you should not only include a photo, but include a video, an audio clip of the good doctor giving his speech so that we can all, at least I can enjoy it since you're sending it to me. But they didn't do that. I went to a mall this weekend. Been to a mall recently?
You do this once or twice a year, and we have this conversation.
I think it's so fascinating.
You guys know what malls are?
Mary loves a mall.
I do. I was at the mall the other
all
day.
I see are about how every single mall in the country now looks like When the World Takes Over, one of those documentaries where I started watching The Last of Us. Everybody acts like malls now. Everywhere you go, there's just tumbleweeds going through. Went to a mall. My daughter wanted to go to a Claire's boutique. And the one, for whatever reason, there's one right near us at Crocker Park, but they had a handwritten sign on the door. They were closed because I assume the damn kids don't want to come to work and pierce strangers' ears. So we go, oh, there's another one. We go out to that Great Northern.
Mm-hmm.
Holy cow.
Holy cow, what?
Oh, they get a crowd out there. That Great Northern, that is, well, they're half right. But listen, good for them. I did see a young clerk whose name tag said Edith.
Hey.
You don't see
bringing
that
it back.
you don't see Edith very often.
I will say,
I'd say good for you.
malls are not as big as they were in the 90s and 2000s. Like
Well,
early
granted,
2000s,
but I mean, I'm surprised
I have-
there's still that many people walking around the mall.
I am a frequent mall goer, and I have never been there, and there been nobody. I've never gone into a mall and been like, oh, what a dead zone. There's always people at the mall.
Never go to Midway
Always.
Mall in
But that's
Elyria.
but that's what I'm saying. That's what you
But
talk
that one's closed.
when people
Exactly.
Yeah, when you talk about the state of malls, obviously, yes, they're not what they used to be. But everybody wants to paint all of them. Now, maybe for whatever reason, Great Northern is just the one that's doing great.
No, I go to
South
South Park,
Park is
Great
always
Northern,
busy.
Crocker, all
Where's
malls.
South Park?
Strongsville.
Strongsville.
So Northeast Ohio is keeping malls alive?
All malls are like this. I
No,
have never.
no.
I go
I've-
to malls all over the country. This is like one of the things I do during the day. When
Well, then
I'm
what
in
are people
other
talking
ci-
about?
I don't know.
There are some malls that are struggling, and I feel
In
like
poor areas.
I know, like weekday you're not because I go see movies at Great Northern, and that's like they'll start around 7 o'clock, and it'll be dead then.
Well, they close
But-
at 8 o'clock or 9.
Right,
you
exactly.
know?
It'll be dead on a Tuesday at 7 o'clock, but
You go to a mall on a Saturday.
but a mall on a Saturday is
You're
going to
parking
be
a mile
busy.
away.
Yeah.
You're waiting 40 minutes for food.
Every time I go to pick
100%
up
of the
shoes from a
time.
mall, it's always full of people.
You're getting food at the mall.
Don't even act like you're better than food court food. You're not.
Oh, it's the
I'm
best.
not
It's
eating food at the mall.
Why?
Why would I?
Why
I'll
wouldn't you?
wait to get food somewhere else. Well, first of all, you said you'll wait 40 minutes for food.
I'm saying
I ain't
like
waiting
on
40
a
minutes for
Saturday.
awesome food. Why am I going to wait 40 minutes for a rat on a stick?
Don't go to the rat on a stick shop.
I stood right there and he goes, we're the only thing open. I go, but I don't want a rat on a stick.
It's
You know,
good.
I'm
You should have
telling
tried
you,
it. You missed
dude.
out.
Here's the thing: mall Chinese food is the best thing that has ever been around. Give me that teriyaki chicken, double sauce, fried rice.
It's so good. I want to go back in like disguises just so I can get another free sample.
Disguises.
They give you one free sample.
Oh, could I have a free sample? What voices would you give them when you were walking back up in a disguise?
So originally I'm like this.
Yeah.
Then when I walk through the other side, I'm like, "Hello, sir. Can I please have a chicken teriyaki?"
Wait, you just pitch your voice up?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
But you got to take the glasses off, right?
I was going to
Take
say,
the glasses off. I need a scarf and a hood. It's
Huh.
like a little
Master
Riding
of disguise over
he
here.
really is.
Oh, thank you so much, sir.
you just made a mess.
Well, listen,
It's truly a child visiting the mall.
it begins and ends with me at that mall with the store that is called Socks to Be You. They have won whatever, I don't know if there's a mall store naming prize or whatever. Guess what they sell there?
Socks.
No, that's the weird thing.
Shoes.
Car batteries. Anywho, yeah, it's all
That's a
socks.
weird mall store.
Socks to Be You. And I did see a guy in a hoodie that said, "Kill your local pedophile." So, again, I think that's something that we could all get around. This bald MMA-looking dude with his family, and he had a white hoodie with a blood-splattered font, "Kill your local pedophile."
I didn't think global act local.
No, I don't know if that guy had just come from Rat on a Stick or what, but it was. So next year when I go to a mall again and we
We'll
have
have
this
this
exact
exact
same
same
conversation, please.
If anything, I feel like, and if someone's worked in a mall food court before, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like they would have to be cleaner than regular restaurants because you can see them cooking. You physically can see everything that they're doing. It's not in the back where the food is being prepared. Like everything is right in front of your face. So they can't be wiping their nose and grabbing things with their bare hands. Not saying that happens in regular restaurants, but if they're hidden in the back, it might
Well, that
be.
happens in regular
So
restaurants.
that's what I'm saying. You're all like, mall food is bad.
No,
But
I'm not saying that.
how
I'm
could it
saying
be?
I wouldn't wait in line for 40 minutes for awesome food. Why am I going to do it at the mall food court?
So what you're
wouldn't even occur to
suggesting-
me to get food at the mall.
What you're suggesting is mall food court food is not awesome with that sentence.
In my experience, that has been the case.
Okay. Well, somebody's better than Sbarro. I didn't realize. My bad.
I don't even know if that's a mall. Is that still in a mall?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, it's mainly in.
I only see it in
Yeah, that's
airports.
the only place
The,
it.
the people
I see it in
feel,
airports.
The people I feel really bad for are the people who they don't have franchise stores. Like they opened up a mom and pop store in a mall thinking that this was like their big break. This is going to support their whole family. They're like, we put all of our life savings to open up this,
Socks to Be You.
Yeah, something like that.
Crockpot Junction.
And it just didn't take off. I'm
The
like,
Leftorium.
better off on Etsy.
Well, that one was a struggle at first, but then once Homer spread the word,
Yes. It really took off.
it did.
You know who I feel bad for? The people who don't win $1,000 right now, because somebody will. And if you don't, it sucks to be you. It's a chance to go fund yourself. Good
Lot of
luck.
socks.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword check at WMMS.com. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Bill in Lakewood, hello.
Hey, Al. Hate the show.
Thank you.
I just wanted to explain to you the 2023 definition of malls. So when you go to North Olmsted Mall, Great Northern Mall,
Yeah.
you go into the mall.
Yeah.
When you go to Cracker Park and you go to the old Fairview Mall,
Yeah.
it's a lifestyle because everything's outside where you walk around.
I've never
So there
heard
is
that
that-
before. I think a mall is a mall, right? I mean,
Did he just explain it to you or not?
I guess he
What
did
the
not.
hell? Come on.
No, I'm as confused as I was before I even picked up your call, Bill.
Well, in your age bracket and back
In
in
my
the day,
age bracket. You mean the golden era of malls when I was a kid?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm older than you, so everything was a mall.
Yeah.
There was no, you drive up to the hobby shop, and it was a standalone building or a little teeny strip mall. Cracker Park is about as far away as you can get from a mall.
But isn't Crocker Park
Yeah,
just a fancy strip mall?
Well,
Yes, it
It's an
is.
expensive
Yeah.
strip mall,
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's the mall's a mall.
marketing-wise,
Every mall in LA is
marketing-wise,
outdoors. I mean, like, a mall's a mall. It's a collection. I'm sorry. It's let's go over to the Coconut Grove collection. Oh, whatever. Yeah.
Right.
You can call them whatever you want, but mall's a mall.
Malls were designed in the winter, so you got someplace to go, and you go to the arcade and play pinball or shoot pool, which gets back to the discussion of back in the day.
Right around here, 2 doors down from us, we've got the 5th Street Arcades. That's a mall.
Absolutely.
You'd never know it walking through there, but...
They have more hat stores you'll never need.
I only have one head.
I'm not saying malls are going out of business, but they're not the most popular thing in the world.
Well, listen, according to one Mary Santora, their business is booming nationwide.
I went and spent a bunch of money at the mall this weekend. So.
What did you buy?
Clothes. I needed new
Clothes at the
jeans.
mall. New jeans. Where did you purchase your jeans?
Fit, so I had to go buy some new jeans.
You went to...
The Buckle.
Torrid. Oh.
Torrid? An ass. Do you know that? Yeah, move your water bottle out of your face. Torrid.
I love it.
Why is that
God.
mean to say?
Because it's a plus size store. Torrid starts at like size 14.
And what size are you?
Oh my God, I'm not a size 14.
We don't know.
I'm a size 8, like 6'8".
A lady never tells, Mary. We shouldn't know any of
14.
this. We
Get
shouldn't
outta
know
here.
any of this.
Yeah, way to suggest
Yeah.
Torrid.
So anyway, you girls who do shop at Torrid, Mary is
Which is
very,
there's nothing
very,
wrong
nothing wrong with
If
that.
someone looked at you
Beauty
and
comes in
don't
different
even start
sizes,
that.
Mary.
Don't make me
Everybody's
the bad guy here.
beautiful.
That'd be like
Yep.
if I looked at you and I was like, "What's your belt size? 48?"
Yes,
No
it
way.
is.
Oh,
It's
right.
51. My waist is a 51.
Yours
You know how hard you're out there buying jeans. I got to get 5130s. You know how hard that is?
That was my dad's size.
Oh.
He was as big around as I was tall.
I can't go roller skating or anything.
Torrid.
Where did you buy your jeans?
I'm saying there's nothing wrong with being bigger, but if you're gonna
Don't backtrack.
no, I'm not saying there's anything
Don't
wrong
back-
with it.
As
What I'm
angry
saying
as
is
you were at the mere implication that you would shop at Torrid,
because you're
which
suggesting
was
that
clearly a joke.
you're suggesting that I'm 8 sizes bigger than I am.
I don't know what sizes they have.
Yes,
I just
you
know that
do,
everybody is beautiful, Mary. That's all I know.
You're the worst.
Where did you purchase your dungarees?
The Buckle.
Oh, the Buckle. Yeah.
Yeah,
She
I'll
loves the
forever
Buckle.
shop at the Buckle.
Oh, so
dude.
they were like bedazzled and.
No, I have them on
oh.
right now. They're regular jeans.
All
I
right.
just like the way their jeans fit. And it's
Okay.
so funny because the Buckle gets such a bad rap because of their Ed Hardy stuff, where everything is
Yeah.
bedazzled and
But
broy.
that's like
and
10 years ago.
yes, you can also find regular blue jeans.
But do they even still have that
They
kind
do.
of stuff?
They
do?
have
All
like
right, I
one
don't-
table
Yeah.
of it, and
Yeah.
it's exactly who you think is going to come in and buy it. It's
Greek
like a-
nightclub owners.
Greek nightclub owners, or like middle-aged couples.
Yeah, the dude with like
too
a
much
spiky
makeup.
hair.
It's frosted tips.
Yeah, and
They
he
got a
wears-
country
he
music festival
he
they're going
wears-
to over
yeah,
the
he
weekend.
wears the shirt with a like a what are the
Epaulets?
no
The
he,
pearl
he,
buttons- pearl
he's got
snaps?
like the
Yes, pearl stamps are big in that
God,
group
why
too.
can't I think of that?
It's all
Oh, like a
bedazzled.
thermal shirt underneath it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but it is that. But it's also I just like the way that their jeans fit, and so that's where I get all my jeans. And I went and I got 3 pair of jeans, a couple tops. They have like really nice, like casual, comfy shirts.
Is there something with Torrid and like they were like, did you put on jeans and you tore it? Well, try Torrid.
Oh my God, I don't think so. But maybe you should be on their marketing team.
I think I should.
Bill Squire, everybody. He's doing it.
And for some
Alex Theater, January 28th.
Yeah.
whatever.
Listen, Torrid is very popular. They're at the Shoppies at Parma.
Sure.
They're at Great Northern.
Sure.
Macedonia Commons.
I'm just saying, for someone who gets as upset as you do when we mere mention of 51 not being the youngest age, I'm surprised.
I don't get upset. I'm 51. I can't do anything about that.
We're so young and spry. We
Well, I
call
am
you
spry.
an old man, and you're like, bleh. Shut
Well,
up,
but
Mary."
everybody's joking.
Whatever. Dude.
I know you guys are joking, just as you knew I was joking. Oh, I mean, I am.
You're old and crotchety.
Crotchety.
You're a crone.
Shut up, you old crone. All right, let me break here. If you want to text something, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show. On 100.7 WMMS.
Insufficient funds.
It's okay, funds. We're insufficient too. Time once again to go fund yourself. It's the best way to start 2020 free with free money. you'll have up to 13 chances a day to win $1,000. Get them keywords at 30 past the hour and go fund yourself with 100.7 WMMS.
Brought to you by the Brew Kettle.
The Brew Kettle is celebrating 28 years of taming the Savage Hop. From Cleveland's flagship West Coast IPA, White Raja, to our newest edition, Balloon City, a North Coast-style hazy IPA. The Brew Kettle brews great IPAs by Clevelanders for Cleveland.
This is Super Bowl champion Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The Browns are hiring former Lions head coach Jim Schwartz as their new defensive coordinator. Schwartz spent last season as an analyst for the Titans. Cavs guard Donovan Mitchell suffered a strained groin in yesterday's win over New Orleans. No word yet if he can play tomorrow night in Memphis. And Novak Djokovic is celebrating a triumphant return to the Australian Open. He won his first-round match in straight sets today. I'm Scott Davidson.
Intelligence runs in the family. Innovation runs in the family. Extraordinary runs in the family. The Mercedes-Benz range of SUVs. Every member is waiting to impress. Learn more at MBUSA.com.
Hey, it's Alan. I hope you have heard that the Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle is back this year. We go back to Boston Mills Brandywine on Friday, February 3rd. You can get into your local Circle K, find that Pepsi display, scan the QR code, and win your way onto Team Poundcake. You'll be competing against my team and Bill's and Mary's. Winning team gets a whole big prize pack full of swag, tickets to get back to Boston Mills Brandywine, Circle K Pepsi swag, and lots more. So get yourself to your local Circle K, scan that QR code, and hope you can join us for the Polar Blast Battle.
New year, new ride. Yeah, it's Steve Waz here from GAR. Spitzer Auto World has an awesome deal happening right now. Yeah, we're talking no payments for 90 days plus 0 down.
now.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I'll tell you what, I can't remember in recent memory, and I know that COVID knocked a lot of touring off the road, but 2023 is shaping up to be an unbelievable year for concerts. I'm putting so many shows. I'm going to be spending so much money on tickets this year. Mastodon and Gojira have announced that they're going to go back on the road. They're going to do 35 cities, including Cleveland. With Lorna Shore with them, if you're into Lorna Shore. Not one of my faves, but Mastodon.
Lorna Dune guy over here.
I was going to say, I mean, it's timeless. They'll kick off mid-April, and they will go to the front of September. If you dig either Mastodon or Gojira. Both of them are 800-pound gorillas in their own right, so they're going to alternate closing sets each night. These go on sale, what's today, the 17th? I'm all thrown off. They go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. They will play Jacobs Pavilion on August the 10th here in Cleveland. But they'll do Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Detroit, Toronto, as far as regional shows go. So that is a huge, huge tour. That's great. That's awesome. If you're a fan of either one of those bands.
I haven't seen Mastodon live, but Gojira puts on a hell of a show. They light their own people on fire. It's crazy.
You'll never see that at another show. Yeah. Set that guy on fire. Have him stand in front of the... Yeah, that was at Sonic Terror. Rock on the Range, I guess it still was then. That was years ago.
I think it was Sonic Temple that
was
year.
it?
I think that was the
year
first
of Sonic
year
Temple?
of Sonic Temple, yeah.
And then I saw Gojira at the Agora, I think when concerts were just coming back. Mastodon I haven't seen in a long, long time. So that'll be great. So anyway, just that info for you. Cavs win yesterday here at home against the Pelicans. Was that a late rally? Did they come back and win that?
Yeah, they came back and won that one.
113-103. They will be in Memphis tomorrow night to play the Grizzlies. That is an 8 o'clock tip-off here on MMS, and you can also listen on the iHeartRadio app, of course, and leave us messages there anytime you like.
Hey, Alan, you son of a bitch. Where were you today? I have to listen to repeats from, like, August. Why you gotta do me dirty like that? So dirty.
I don't know who that is, but she knows what she's doing to me with that, right? She knows full well what she's doing to me. Is that the girl that used to call? God, who was the girl that used to call and she would say she was Ernestine or something?
Genevieve.
Genevieve.
Yeah.
That's Genevieve, right?
I don't think that's Genevieve.
Boy, that sounds
Sounded
very,
like
very
her.
similar. Yeah, just putting on like a different breathier voice. But we were out for there was a Cavs game yesterday.
There's a Cavs game. It was Martin Luther King Jr. Day. We were going to be out anyway because it's a company holiday.
Martin Luther King Jr.
It was a travel day for me. Got to sit next to a dog on a flight, which was actually very nice because it meant that the dog just laid on the ground, and I got to not have to share a row with anybody, really.
Dog on the plane.
Dog on the plane. Well, it was a lady and her dog, so then the middle seat stayed open, and it was Southwest, so it's, you know how they do it, where it's just like, get on the plane, get a seat, fight for the death.
That's
do what
right.
You gotta do.
It's like Battle Royale in
but,
the aisles.
But it meant I got the very first seat in the plane because I didn't care if I was sitting next to a dog, even if he was sitting like up like a human in the chair.
He was sitting back on his haunches.
I wish.
Did they strap him in?
No, he was just laying down on because there's a lot of room there. So he was just laying down in front of his lady that he was with, and I was the first one off the plane, and that's never happened before. Being the first one off the plane makes you feel like the fanciest person ever.
Being the first person off the plane is good.
Yeah, even when you're flying Southwest, which they don't even have first class or anything like that.
So Southwest got their stuff together, I'm assuming?
No.
I mean, enough for me to get to and from my shows, but other than that,
they haven't fixed anything big picture.
No.
But the shows were fun in Sacramento. A couple customers said, "What's up?" And on Saturday, on the early show, after I get off stage, I'm walking back to the green room, and this lady starts following me, and the security stops her, and they're like, "You can't come back here." And she's like, No, I know him. He doesn't know I know him, but he will in a second.
Meaning
I'm like,
you.
Yeah. And these are her words. He doesn't know I know him, but he will in a second. And I'm like,
that's ominous.
She's your baby mama.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And then she goes, "My name's Teresa. We went to Sydney Fenn together." And I was like, oh,
What's a
I
Sydney
remember her.
fan?
That's my elementary school.
Oh my goodness.
So she didn't know I was going to be there. She was just at the show.
Yeah.
And she knew that I was doing comedy, and she follows me on social media. And so she's like, I think that's Bill. And then I said where I was from. And she's like started cheering real loud and stuff like that. I'm like, hey, somebody else from Ohio. But I don't like follow up with that because I don't want to do crowd work in front of Chad and burn that stuff. So I just kind of go into my set. But after the show, she comes up and she's like, yeah, I had no idea. It was amazing. She's like, I did unfollow you on social media for something offensive you said, but I don't remember what it was. I was
Check
probably
out.
drunk, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, well, thank you so much. And she invited me to go to brunch at her house the next day. And so I didn't because that would be weird. But
Why?
Well,
Go to people's houses.
I don't want to go
Why
to
not
people's houses.
reconnect somebody that you haven't seen in 25 years?
It's for a
More
reason.
than that.
30
40
years.
30
35
now.
years.
Yeah.
Come
It's
on.
been a long time. And
rekindle.
And she's not somebody that I remember that well anyway.
So you're saying she was
I'd be
ugly?
like, no, she was actually very, very pretty.
Well, then what's the problem?
You don't want to eat at a stranger's
I don't
house.
want to go to her house.
Huh.
And
Oh, you got a girlfriend, too.
I got a girlfriend, and it's also
No girlfriend, though. You don't go to her house?
She has a boyfriend too that was there with her.
That's what
Yeah.
it was. If she were single, good looking, you go, yeah, hell yeah, I'll come
She's
over
got
for
a
brunch.
cool job though. She's
Got mimosas?
She's working on a campaign to get MDMA legalized in California. It's like, oh,
Yeah, don't go to that person's house.
No, she's very like put
Why?
together, though.
She might have used him for an experiment.
Right.
Now, that would be a story.
Put She's not what drugs in you're your thinking. oatmeal.
You're telling me a story about a girl whose house you didn't go to.
She's like on the corporate side of it though. She's not taking MDMA.
Yeah.
She just works for a.
You don't know what she's doing.
I mean, she might be taking it a little bit, but I don't think she wasn't.
She wasn't tripping when
just
she
drunk.
talked to you.
She was just drunk on Saturday, so I don't know. But it was just very funny how she just came tearing back there, and she said, "You don't know me yet, but you will." And I was like, "What does that mean?" That was a little bit frightening. And then it was just somebody that went to elementary school with, and then.
But you didn't remember her from elementary school.
I do remember her.
You do.
When she said her name, I remember exactly who she
I
is.
see.
Like, we were friends, but we weren't like hang out and keep in touch friends. It was just we were in the same class a few different times over the years from elementary school to like 6th grade.
Wow.
And then in 6th grade, I think she started going to a private school, and we lost contact then. But
She didn't want to hang with the public school kids any longer.
I mean, who would?
I wonder if I read a lot of kids from my elementary school died. So I wonder, like, if I wonder who.
Yeah,
like,
but
who,
probably
like,
not the majority.
I like not the majority, but some of them died like when we were little, and then some died along the way. I wonder if somebody came out to me like, "Hey, I went to school with you," because somebody posted like our 2nd grade photo or something like that. I was like, "Oh my God!" Like I had forgotten all these kids that I went to school with, but I knew from the jump, like a bunch of these people are dead.
When you say a bunch, like 3 or like 10?
Like a dozen.
Why do you? There's a lot of death in your life.
I didn't kill them, if that's what you're
No,
asking.
I'm saying like I didn't experience death of a friend or like anything like that until my first friend who died. I was already in college.
Oh, I grew up going to funerals.
Like I didn't. Nobody
grew
that
up-
I knew died ever.
I grew up going to funerals. Yeah.
One of my friends in my school, he got hit by a car, and this was freshman year.
That's still. I mean, Alan's talking about 2nd graders though. 8-year-olds.
We had Susie
Well, it was
Luther.
back then, you know. They didn't have,
Dysentery.
yeah.
They got
just
some.
didn't have the same advancements that we have.
Antibiotics
now.
went around.
There were a lot of cannonball injuries at my school.
I mean, even the water back then was probably not even safe
Mostly
to drink.
lead, honestly.
No, they were using rusty hacksaws for surgery and stuff. No, Susie Luther died when we were in the 1st grade because she had an enlarged heart.
Oh no.
And then Jeremy, he died from something else. Some of them lived longer than that, but they died like getting into trouble when they were older. And I just heard of somebody not long ago who died. And only a few of these people surprised me, actually, because as they got older, I was like, oh, something bad's going to happen.
Right. Everyone I've heard that has passed away for the most part since I got out of high school is someone that you're like, oh, that makes sense because they were already deep into drugs in like middle school.
Yeah.
So you're just like, it's a bummer.
Yeah.
But you're not really surprised by it.
So, so you didn't go back to her house.
Didn't go back to her house, but it was a great weekend too. And then a lot of people after the show were very kind. And I told the story about my son coming out to me as trans, and so many people just came up and just they're like, "Thank you for making this a fun, wholesome story that is funny." And there was one guy in particular that it really hit home with, and he kind of gave off douchebag vibes when you saw him walk in, because him and his friend were wearing matching tiger tracksuits. They had like tigers all over them, like they were in the jungle.
Yeah.
And then on the way out, he comes up and he's like, "My girlfriend's son is trans," and that story just hit me, and like he just gave me this big hug while tears were welling up in his eyes. So like it was a really great weekend overall.
It would be great if you would have been like, "Bro, get off me," and just pushed him
I'm
away.
pro trans, not pro gay. Get off.
Come on. I wanted to hug your friend in the tracksuit, not you. It comes off weird on you. Get over here, give me a hug.
That's a weird move too, though, to go anywhere wearing matching tracksuits.
I'd do it. I don't care.
That's a flex.
You'd wear matching tracksuits?
Sure.
Do they
I'm
sell them at
exploring a
Torrid?
new option. All right. Okay, you're right.
Hey, Mike, hello.
Hey, Alan, love the show.
Thank you, sir.
And then you guys were talking about friends dying, and Poundcake said he had a friend that got hit by a car.
Yeah.
When we were 15, I had a friend of mine that got kidnapped and killed because he was stealing guns.
That'll do it.
He was telling on the people, the adults that were in it. And then I got caught up with those same kind of people, and I still to this day have never said who I was with.
It's ironic that you're stealing guns, which are first and foremost.
I wasn't stealing guns.
No, your
I was
friend.
caught up with the same. Oh yeah, he was caught up. He had a system. He had a place where people could steal guns and hide them.
Yeah, and he didn't have any of them to protect him once they kidnapped him and then subsequently killed him. That's really the biggest irony of, yeah.
Actually, they were going to send him to Columbus, a youth prison, and he started snitching, and then he disappeared.
Oh, he's a rat. Yeah. Well, they probably black bagged him, and yeah.
No, they did worse. than
Those
that.
Columbus
They
youth,
did worse.
they spread parts of him all throughout Ohio, probably, Mike.
They just left him in Nelson Ledges Quarry Park.
Oh boy. All right. Well, thank you, Mike. I feel like more things are being divulged here than I'm comfortable airing. So
Yeah, mine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine was really sad. He was a good guy.
Yeah. No. Listen, I've had friends die all the way through.
It just makes me. That stuff just makes me.
Glad we're not friends.
Realize that life just isn't fair, because I look at people. I'm like, they were way better people than I was, and their life got cut short.
How do you know that?
I mean, I don't, but I just think they do. They're more well liked. They're smarter.
Wait, they were better people because more people liked them in your eyes?
Yeah.
But that was the measure of how good of a person they were, is that they were well liked.
Yes.
Huh.
In my high school years, yes, that's what it was.
Okay. All right. Well, that's fine. I was just curious if that's where you were coming from.
Yes, that's what I thought back then. They were well liked. Everyone wanted to be their friend, and they're intelligent.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they had.
And they were cut short in their prime.
I felt like they had more to offer the world than I did.
Well, maybe you're right. But you have to live on in their memory. You have to take that mantle. If you truly feel that way, take that mantle and carry on whatever their mission was. Whatever good you think they were putting into the world, as a friend, that has now fallen to you.
Okay. Yeah. I do.
Okay.
I mean, it was like 10th or 11th. It was like, I knew I was driving because I drove to the funeral. So it was like either like 10th grade or 11th grade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell Bill that the Chargers are just going to disappoint him too, so he might as well be disappointed by his hometown team, and he should come back to the Browns.
How about those Chargers?
Well,
sucked.
It did suck. And I was talking. So another friend of mine started cheering for the Jaguars when the Browns.
When Urban Meyer was coaching them?
This year.
This year, when the Browns signed Watson, he's like, okay, I'm going to be a Jaguars fan now, and I'm Chargers fan now. So we were talking all sorts of smack to each other because we don't know anybody else that cheers for these teams. And going back and forth, and the Chargers go up 27-0, and I'm just, and he's doing shows with Mary, and I'm just berating him, just hitting him with like text after text of like, they suck, blah, blah, blah. And we're being silly about it. We're not like actually, we say really ridiculous things. And then as we get closer to showtime at my shows, as I'm about to walk on stage, or no, as I walk off stage, I get on, check the score, and they just kicked that field goal to win the game. And I'm like, God damn it. And within a second, my buddy texts me, he's like, how'd that feel? Piece of trash.
I thought Trevor Lawrence was like a big deal, though, right? I mean,
He is a big deal. Yeah. He had a really rough first season, and then a much better second season. And Doug Peterson's a very good coach.
Well, listen, the rumors around Chicago is that with the Bears moving out to the suburbs, being dangled a brand new stadium, that another team might want to inhabit Soldier Field. Chicago would eventually end up with 2 NFL teams, and the Jaguars are always in that conversation. Maybe the Chicago Jaguars are imminent.
Maybe.
The largest comeback in NFL history for a team that did not force a single turnover.
Pretty impressive.
Trevor Lawrence and the Jags led a 27-point comeback. I was reading about a guy who bet $1 million on the Chargers winning at halftime, which is a terrible, terrible bet because the odds were so likely that the payout was practically
nothing.
nothing.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, boy. But the Jags, I've already been, my strategy of, hey, let's just throw some money at underdogs, so far not paying off.
Not great
For me. But that's the fun of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the fun.
When it does pay off, it pays off big.
And then the Cowboys kicker, he might be out of a gig too, because it's a good thing that game was not contingent on him making these kicks, because he
what he missed
missed
4
the
extra
first
points.
Yeah, he went 0 and he went 1 and 5 or something. I don't know. He missed 4 straight extra points last night against Tampa Bay. And usually you don't bet against Tom Brady, but this time if you had done that, you're okay. But if Tom Brady finally decides to retire, this is not the way you want to go out.
No. I'm not going back to the Browns because of Watson. Like, it's not like I gave up on the Browns because they're a disappointing
losing
football
team. Right.
I gave up on the Browns because they traded for somebody that's a sexual predator. So that's why I'm not cheering for the Browns. It has nothing to do. I'm used to the heartbreak. It's the other part that I couldn't stomach.
Sure. You better hope Justin Herbert didn't do anything hinky.
I'll just jump to another
You're going to be taking a spin around the league. Alan, you mentioned Mastodon and Gojira. Don't forget Clutch.
Oh, I saw that. I like Clutch.
Clutch is great. They're touring April and May. They're going to play
Agora.
Cleveland on May the 14th, Jacobs Pavilion.
Oh, I thought it was at the Agora.
This says Jacobs Pavilion.
Maybe I'm dumb. That's probably what it is.
Well, maybe there's some incorrect information.
No, it's me.
So May 14th, it's the last few nights. It's like the third to last stop on the tour. So there you go if you're a Clutch fan. Kicks off April 11th in Norfolk, Virginia. I got a break here. If you want to text for anything, 35192. Get me there. I'll have another $1,000 for you to win. Coming up at 3:30. Listen for that keyword to go fund yourself. And we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device.
Radio gives you access to all. And best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
His name is Alan, and he's giving stuff away.
All right, we get some hockey under your belt. Your Cleveland Monsters are going to take on the Laval Rockets from Quebec, I believe. Saturday, January 28th is when it's going to go down at the Romo Fijo. You get a 4-pack of tickets here. It's Cleveland Rocks Night. The first 10,000 fans in attendance get the Michael Stanley Celebration t-shirt. Tickets info, everything else, go to clevelandmonsters.com. Okay, 4 tickets for you. Monsters Rockets, a week from Saturday. Good luck. 216-578-1007, be caller 10, or 800-348-1007.
A lot of guys can tell you how dumb they are. He'd prefer to show you.
Dumber than you thought that I thought I was once.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We got a whole lot of messages from Jenna while we were gone over the weekend, so we'll throw a couple of sweet nothings your way throughout the course of the show. We're also going to put somebody on Mary's. We're going to put 2 people today because we were out yesterday. 2 people are going to join Snow Babies for the return of the Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle, which is going to go down at Boston Mills Brandywine on February the 3rd. That is a Friday night. We would love for you to be along. I've got my team set, the Coxicles. All of the spots are filled. You can go to WMMS.com and register to be on Poundcake's team, Barely White. And you can also, if you're in a Circle K, find the Pepsi display. There's a QR code there. That will get you registered to join us as well. But this week, we'll do Mary's team, Snow Babies. And then next week, we'll take care of Bill's team, which is Big Billy's Bottom Boys. And that's equally as exciting. So all the details, just go to WMMS.com, hit the contest page there, and you'll get all of the details. I'll have another $1,000 for you, in fact, here in a few minutes. Next chance for you to go fund yourself. And you get those about 30 past every hour. Everybody should date a musician. Now, granted, this goes against conventional wisdom. You know, for better or worse, the cliche of dating a musician is one that seems great at the beginning. Maybe, you know, you got to buy into whatever that life is. But they've determined, if you're familiar with your Darwin, they put this to the test. And they found out that it doesn't matter if it's men or women, musicians are considered more desirable partners. So if you're a guy, you want somebody who's a musician, and I don't mean professionally, somebody that has a musical acumen, somebody who can play something. You know, the difference between music and musicality. You know, music is just the byproduct of musicality. But if you're someone who has an ability or an affinity with a musical instrument or instruments, it makes you much more attractive to men and women across either. Now, I'm a drummer. Mary's boyfriend is a drummer. Mm-hmm. A lot of people don't consider that musicality. A lot of people don't consider drummers to be musicians because music implies melody and tone and all these kinds of things. And there's really no melody in percussion. Even some people will argue with that.
It's just it's real noisy.
It's very, very
it's
noisy.
Very loud.
You have to have a very, if you're a kid, you have to have very accommodating parents, like I did. If you are living with someone who plays the drums, you have to have an equally accommodating partner. Now, a lot of people will switch. They go, well, it's less noisy to be playing electronic drums. Electronic drums have really blown up because they work in small spaces, but then you're left just hearing someone tap on hard plastic. Mm-hmm. And so it's less noisy. The person playing is having a great time.
Right.
Because we hear the drums as they're supposed to be heard in our headphones. And you can dial it up to any style. You're not retuning your drums you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But if you're playing acoustic drums, like I do, like Mary's boyfriend does, it's very, very noisy.
Very loud.
But that's probably part of what makes him attractive to you.
It isn't, and
Really?
It's funny because it hurt his feelings that I wasn't attracted to the fact that he was a drummer.
Well, because that's probably a card that he has gotten to play
100%
most of the time.
I was like, I get it that's probably why a lot of girls you've been with have been with you, where they saw you play and they're like, oh my God, that's so hot. This guy's in a band. Where I was like, that's not. I don't really care that I've never had a thing for musicians. I've never had a thing for guys in bands. I've never been like
John Mayer.
No, I mean like people I know. Famous people don't count. John Mayer is a beautiful human being to begin with. The fact that he can sing and play guitar is an addition to that. So I was trying to explain to my friends, I've never been a groupie. That's not been who I am. And he was like, so the fact that I'm like good at what I do doesn't get you going at all. I said, that's not what I said. I did not start dating you because you are a musician. I like that you love the drums. I'm glad that you have a passion for something.
I love that for you.
No, I'm dead serious. That's exactly what it is. I'm like, I love
that for you, babe.
That you are passionate about something, that you are good and it's your favorite thing in the world and you care about it. That's what attracts me to it. Not the fact that you play drums.
Yeah, I think Gwen and I were together for quite a while before she ever saw me play. But I do remember when I was working, first full-time job I got in radio was in Kalamazoo, Michigan, and the station was owned by a local owner. We had 3 radio stations. He owned them. And every year he would have a Christmas party, a staff Christmas party at his house. And he spent a lot of money. Well, my program director at the time was a guitar player. The midday girl was a bass player, and I played the drums. So the station owner said, why don't you guys all bring your stuff and we'll do a little jam thing in the living room. He had a huge house. Living room, and then everybody will be there. And I'd been dating this girl for a little while. I've told the story before about this girl I was dating who had an identical twin sister. And they could not, other than the way they looked, they could not have been more two different people. Her sister is one of the most vile people I've ever met in my life. And she hated my guts too. But my girlfriend at the time told me after that night, she goes, my sister told me that she finally understood why I thought you were hot after she saw you play the drums. I go, yeah, but that's got nothing to do with why we're dating. And she goes, no. She goes, but she mentioned that kind of thing. So some people are drawn to that. Other people see someone do something maybe they didn't know that they could do, and they go, oh.
It makes you hotter.
Right, because you have an ability to do something.
And that's exactly what I was trying to explain to my boyfriend. I was like, I'm not drawn to you because you're a drummer. I don't think you're hot because you're a drummer. I thought you were hot. We started dating, and then this is a cool thing that you do.
Wait till they see me play guitar and kazoo at the same time.
Oh, boy. You're going to have it on one of those head things, like a harmonica?
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be Bill Squire, the one-man band.
Yeah, multi-talented over here. Am I the only one here that can play 2 instruments? Since Alan's...
Yeah, I can only play the drums.
Because your guitar never came.
Bill, see me after the show, eh?
I could play flutophone and viola.
What's that?
Flutophone and viola.
Oh. Refresh my memory what the flutophone is.
Flutophone.
Refresh my memory what the flutophone is.
I wish I could tell you.
You don't know what you
can play it. He doesn't know what it is.
I played it in 3rd or 4th grade, and in 5th grade I started viola. Yeah, but they call it a flutophone. I don't know why they do.
A flutophone is a pre-band instrument that belongs to the wind family.
Does it look like a recorder?
Yeah, I think it's
can
just
play
a
the recorder.
Yeah.
A flutophone has raised finger holes. That's what he liked. While a recorder simply has holes drilled into the cylinder of the body. But you don't currently play an instrument.
No.
Okay. Well, I'm talking about people who can currently play an instrument.
But you could pick up a viola and play it, right?
Oh, God, I haven't played viola since
maybe not
high school. I was going to say college. High school.
Would there be any muscle memory?
I could probably read music, but...
that's half the battle. How long did you play when you played?
5 years.
Coming up next, words.
5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade,
okay.
8th grade.
I mean, 5 years is a long time to play an instrument. I mean... I bet you'd have a little bit of muscle memory.
I think you would remember more than you think.
I mean, it's only 4 strings, so it's D, G...
You could be in a band with Dick from Dayton.
A. Oh, God, yes.
Wait, is it D, A, B, C? I don't remember. But yeah, it's 4 strings, 4 or 5 strings. Only 4 or 5 strings. But viola, I like viola. I was the only dude in that section.
He played it for 5 years.
4 years.
Doesn't know how many strings. Well, he's a little kid, right? I mean, I don't know.
A teenager.
5th grade through 8th grade.
Beautiful thing. Wow.
Is Poundcake tuning up his viola?
Give us a little something.
They used to bully me.
Gee, what a shock.
They used to bully me because my nostrils would flare while I would play.
Weather. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. I think we should bring back the viola and see what Poundcake can do with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see what you remember.
What if instead of this year, instead of Polar Blast punishments, we do Polar Blast better yourselves, and everybody has to learn to do something.
I'll learn a language. Because if Cody gets a leg up from already having played the viola.
I always say make him learn something else.
Oh, I was like, I was pretty close to being fluent in Spanish in college.
What does that mean? Close to
that
being fluent?
means that like
You're
when
one
talking
class
with
away.
no, not even a class. When talking with a native speaker, like I could do it in class and be fine, but native speakers are a lot quicker and use a lot of slang. So I wouldn't say I was fluent because there was that kind of boundary. But like
your conversational is pretty good.
Yes,
Yeah.
I was in college. Like I took Spanish from 8th grade through senior year. I did it like as an independent study, like all the way through high school. And then I took 3 semesters of it in college and went to Puerto Rico. Like I was pretty close.
I'm really upset that I didn't retain all the ASL that I had. Because I had 2 semesters full. So 4 classes, 2 semesters.
Anyway,
They teach Duolingo on ASL on Duolingo, but you got to find something to prop your phone on because hands are busy.
Exactly. I got to give you some money here. It's $1,000, a chance to go fund yourself. Listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword green at WMMS.com. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, how you doing, Alan?
What's going on, man?
Not much. I hate the show, buddy.
Thank you, sir.
Wanted to call in, and me and my girlfriend are big fans of Bill and Mary, and we see them every time they come to Hilarities or the Funny Stop in Cotton Falls. We had tickets to go see her Sunday, and she came to the Cleveland Clinic on Wednesday. I had a minor procedure to check and see if she had cancer on her lymph nodes, and she had a stroke during the procedure.
Notes?
Oh my
And
goodness.
so I sent a couple friends. Well, my friend and her son, and she showed you pictures of me and my girlfriend, and you
Yes.
remembered us, Mary.
Yes, I
Yeah,
did.
we see you every time, and we do have plans to come see you on Valentine's Day at the Funny Stop. Because we saw you there right before New Year's, and I don't know if that's going to happen, but I just want to call and thank you and appreciate for sending the love and goodbye.
Yeah,
we love
is
seeing
she-
you and Bill.
Yeah, is she okay?
Is she okay?
Well, she has she has movement with her left leg right now. No movement with her left arm yet, but she's doing good. They had to do brain surgery right after the procedure to drain the pressure of the blood off of her brain. But she's a strong woman, and I'm sitting in the hospital parking lot right now at the Cleveland Clinic, and I can't wait to tell her that I talked to you guys. So, but she's talking, and she got to stand with assistance yesterday, so she's doing pretty good. As good as she can.
Yeah, your friend was like, hey, they were going to come see you, but she had a stroke. And I was like, oh, my God, like this is, I'm the last thing that should be
Yeah.
on their mind right now.
That's the
but-
best excuse I've
Well,
ever
I mean,
heard.
my girlfriend follows you on Instagram. Her name's Becky, and like I said, we come see you every time you come. We were at the Crowder Trail. I'm the guy that eats all the acid at the Local Ledges.
Yeah, no, I know. I know who you are. You do a lot of drugs. Well, I hope she
But I-
gets,
I-
better and better. I'm so sorry to hear that, man.
Absolutely, I appreciate it. But thank you guys. I really, really appreciate that. And hopefully, maybe we can come see you on Valentine's Day at the Funny Stop. But I don't know.
Fingers crossed.
All right,
Yep.
Tim.
Yeah, man.
guys, I
Hopefully she
appreciate
gets
it.
better. That's very scary.
Thank you very much.
All right,
you
pal.
guys have a good day.
There you go. Good luck out there. There's Tim in Akron. Girlfriend had a stroke.
That's crazy. Hilarities was actually sold out on Sunday.
Yeah, that's awesome.
We sold
Congrats.
it
That's-
out on Sunday.
No,
so
if that
Insane.
woman had not had a stroke, a person who was at your show could not have seen that show.
well,
two
no,
people.
They still had the tickets. They just didn't come. They had bought the tickets. I don't think that they returned them. They might have. I don't know.
These two had tickets. So there were 2 empty seats.
2 empty seats, but technically those seats were sold.
Did they do a spotlight over the seats in
Yeah.
honor of the woman who?
No, we didn't know she had a stroke at the time. They didn't
Oh, she
show
didn't.
up.
They didn't call the club and tell him.
I don't know. They told their friends who told me.
Again, that guy sounds like he's full of a lot of information, so I thought maybe he'd call and tell them.
Yeah, a lot of Alan Cox Show listeners. Thank you guys for coming out. It was crazy, to have that many people there on a Sunday. And I know that, nobody had to work Monday, which helped. But it was an absolutely...
No, congrats. That's incredible.
It was an amazing show. Everybody, the crowd was, you guys were so on fire. Everyone had great sets. It was so
guys are the
much
best.
fun.
We
They
love
really
you.
are. You guys, I love you. You're the
Mary's
best.
starting to like the listeners again.
Say, she used to
Coming
hate
around.
them.
I used to hate them.
Oh, you like
And
them when
then
they show up.
They sold out Hilarities on a Sunday. So I
I
can't,
see.
I can't
So if
really
you
be
want to
mad.
keep Mary at bay,
Buy tickets to my show.
Tell you
There
what,
you
guys,
go.
I hate you too. Now make me love you again by getting tickets to Alex Theater.
That's right. It's a transactional relationship.
Oh, it was pretty cool.
Hey, Caitlin, hello.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
I was just calling in. I was listening to Cody talk about the viola, and I'm a little bit older than Cody, but I went to school in Oberlin, and I wanted to give a shout out to Miss Thomas. I wanted to give a shout out. She was a fantastic orchestra teacher.
The prophet. Mm-hmm.
Who was this?
Miss Thomas was the longtime orchestra teacher for Oberlin City Schools. So I actually had my flutophone in her class back in grade school, and then once you get to middle school to high school, you start to take
Is she still alive?
I believe she is. I think she's retired.
Yeah, she's still alive. Yeah, I think she did retire, but that's why I thought it'd be fun to give her a shout out. She worked really hard for everybody.
I was gonna say she better retire. She was talking about retiring when I was in school, and I was like,
Yeah, because you were in her class. She's like, I got to get the hell out of here.
I saw her, and I'm like, you're not retiring this year? She said no. She got an attitude. I was like, okay, never mind.
She
Don't
went
retire.
on for a long time.
Yeah.
Do you currently play an instrument, Caitlin?
Violin.
You play
I
the
studied
violin.
Since I was about 2.
I see.
I do.
And are you married, or do you have a boyfriend, a girlfriend?
I am getting married in September.
Oh,
Actually.
mazel tov. Does he find that very attractive about you, that you can play an instrument?
Actually, he loves it.
Did you guys meet because you're band nerds, or what? Does he also play something?
He plays guitar, but not really. I think he just thinks it's sexy that I'm good at something.
Yeah.
That's my point. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Caitlin goes,
Plus,
he just thinks it's sexy that I'm good at something.
That's my whole
That's
point
all
to
he
Brian.
wants.
It doesn't have to be a musical instrument. I like that you're good at something.
I like that you're not awful at everything, honey.
Yes.
I have one talent, thank goodness.
Caitlin's out there on a date playing Scarborough Fair for her soon-to-be husband, and he's like, what else you got?
You know it. That's how I lock it down.
There you go. What else? Give me some Ode to Joy or something. What else you got in there? All right. Well, congratulations on the nuptials, and thank you, Caitlin. I appreciate the call. There's Caitlin, who had the same orchestra teacher as Poundcake.
Mm-hmm.
What a day around here. I've got, let me play one of Jenna's calls from the weekend.
It's time for Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
I will get on my knees and ask the Lord to help me find that damn Tupac CD. I will tear this house apart just to find that Tupac CD.
This has been Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
Wow.
She's more
Likes
hood than
Tupac.
I am.
She really likes Tupac. How about that? She's legally blind, right?
Yeah.
It stands to reason she could tear that house apart going room to room.
Yeah, how's she gonna know when she found it?
She has to play it every time.
Plays it every time.
And she keeps picking up the same.
I have a feeling that she probably figures it out. She's probably got them labeled a certain way, and she knows what she's doing. I have utter confidence and faith in her. I got a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. That's where you can watch if you like, or hit me up on social. And you can listen anywhere on that iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory. Alan Cox Show.
Idiot. Stupid moron.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com. For everything else. Thank you to Chuppy Dumbwink for helping out today back in the video department. Deftones, one of your headliners for Sonic Temple this year. They have expanded that show to 4 days, 25th through the 28th. In May, Foo Fighters and Deftones are the headliners on that very last night. Kiss and Rob Zombie doing the Saturday. Avenged Sevenfold and Queens of the Stone Age on Friday. Tool and Godsmack are the opening night headliners there. And I think those tickets are on sale. I will have them for you next week. I think Stansbury's got them this week. But we're giving away plenty of Sonic Temple tickets. So just be listening and find out how you can get them. That would be the easiest way to do it. I'll double check here. Okay, fine. Hold on. Who is doing... whatever. Just listen, all right? We'll have them. I can't find the...
Just never turn off MMS.
Well, that's what I would prefer. I mean, ideally, that's what we're looking to do, but I can't find the email that tells me who's got what. Anyway, we got plenty of Sonic Temple tickets for you. Cavaliers coming off a win last night here at home. I guess yesterday afternoon, really, was the game against the New Orleans Pelicans. They'll be in Memphis tomorrow night to play the Grizzlies. That's an 8 o'clock tip. And then back here on Friday to play the Golden State Warriors, everybody's favorite team in Northeast Ohio. Bucks will be in town. There's not much basketball left to be played. I mean, it only goes until April 9th. And boy, that'll be here before you know it. Pardon me. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio, make sure that you tell me where you do that if it's not here. In the greater Cleveland metropolitan area. Dennis is a bureau chief in Elk River, Minnesota. Matt's in Cincinnati. Nolan's in Pittsburgh. Natalie listens in Vero Beach, Florida. Keith and Trish are 2 bureau chiefs in Englewood, Colorado, a town now that has had to close its second city library over meth contamination. Englewood, Colorado, for the second time in a month. Library has had to close its doors to clean up all the meth. This is a suburb of Denver. And they got test results the other morning showing that the contamination in the library's restrooms exceeded the state thresholds. Now, that begs the question, what is the state threshold for meth in public library bathrooms? It's like when they go, well, when you buy hot dogs, there's a certain amount of rat dingleberries and bug parts that can be in there, according to the FDA. And so you got to wonder what the Colorado state threshold is for methamphetamine levels on the premises. They also checked a number of countertops at the libraries, which also tested positive, albeit for lower levels of meth, and will require specialized cleaning. So they got to have a company come in. You know, like when COVID first broke, we did a couple of shows at Bill's apartment because they were COVID cleaning studios at Oak Tree or whatever. And then we were like, well, there's nobody there. We might as well just go back in. And we remained basically the only people there for another year and a half.
Now, why are people wanting to do meth in libraries? Those two things
tell
seem
you
like
why.
they don't go together.
Meth ain't that bad.
Because meth ain't that bad, Mary.
But it seems like those two things don't go together. Libraries, you are a quiet, to yourself kind of a, maybe a place to reflect.
That's why you're going into the bathroom to do meth. Nobody's paying attention to you.
But you can't, I mean, I've never done meth, but it doesn't seem like a quiet drug to do. You do meth and usually you want to yell or run around or steal stuff.
Quiet drug to do.
I was going to say, you
It's
never
not like
have
you
done
smoke
meth.
weed.
I mean,
Meth doesn't, I thought meth made y'all hopped up and crazy.
Hey, man, meth ain't that bad.
right, but not the
Adderall's
second you
meth.
take it. It's not like Jason Statham in the movie Crank.
Yeah,
I mean, you know, you probably do it in the bathroom and then you go out, You check out the DVDs of Crank that you wanted.
Okay.
You go get your reference materials, and then you're on your way.
It wasn't until I was in college that I realized that there were casual drug users. There are people that work 9 to 5s, have normal everyday lives, and just happen to do
functional
coke.
drug addicts.
I just do coke. No big deal. I was never exposed to that, luckily, as a kid.
I mean, you are playing with fire by doing that, but there are people who early on they refer to themselves as casual users, but it gets less and less casual as time goes on.
So is it the same thing with meth though? Like coke, I feel like
Casual meth user?
I don't think so. There are some people who want you to believe that you could get addicted on any drug after one time, and that's not true. Meth seems to have a higher incidence of people getting pretty hooked. So I don't know. Meth, I don't know, is a drug that you kind of just dip your toe into.
I just did some meth this morning, and I'm gonna go to work, and then
I've known people who've done meth a couple of times, and they're like, that was enough. They're not losing teeth, they're not losing jobs and families and stuff. They're like, this is not for me.
Yeah,
you can do anything a couple of times, and
The stereotype for me was if you do drugs, you're immediately like a crackhead, you're a cokehead, or you're a meth head. You're on the street, strung out.
I bought so hard. I bought in so hard to all the anti-drug stuff that they taught us in DARE.
Yeah.
And, church, they taught us a lot of that stuff. To even thinking of drinking alcohol when I was a kid or a teenager, I was like, no way, I'm not going down that path. And then I saw how fun it can be when you just do it.
Fun.
It's great.
Yeah, but Mormons are trying to tell you not to drink tea.
Yeah.
Like caffeine is a drug that, it is the most abused drug, but still, everybody's going to tell you, hey, kids, don't do meth. That's pretty. That's
not everybody. There's that one guy.
That's but he's not telling kids to do it.
Well, hey, man, meth ain't
that bad.
Right. For him, meth ain't that bad.
Yeah, kids, don't do meth. Do Adderall.
Hey, man, Adderall's great.
What do you think it is?
I know it's meth. It's an
trucker
amphetamine.
speed. Yeah, I don't know anything about it, but
it's for ADHD.
I know what it is. I know what it's supposed to do.
And that's why if you smoke meth, maybe you can concentrate better and you can
go to the library.
Read more books at the library in record time.
Yeah.
Anytime I'm on Adderall, I don't really want to read. I want to do things, organize, clean.
You don't want to sit still and read a book. You want to be you want to be in motion when you're on Adderall?
Just productivity. So that could be typing or writing or organizing, cleaning, any of that kind of thing. Sitting still and reading.
Reading not being productive.
That would not be what that is.
And so if you need to, you say, well, maybe this is more of a thing when you were living by yourself, but you're like, I got to clean the house today. I got to do laundry. You take an Adderall and then you're all...
I don't have to take my Adderall in order to do chores.
Okay.
I'm saying that when I take it, you want to be productive. You want to be doing something.
So what would, if you're not doing it for a specific reason, what would precipitate you going, it's an Adderall day?
Well, I'm supposed to take it every day, but I don't like taking it.
Oh, you're prescribed Adderall.
Yes. I don't like taking it every day because I just don't like taking it every day.
Gotcha.
It's good to not take it every day.
Well, I feel like that's how you start to, have to build up tolerance and get to the high levels, and then that's where you can kind of get a dependency on it.
Is that a drug that's prescribed to people to take daily?
Yes,
yeah.
And you have to go to a psychiatrist to see it. It's a controlled substance.
Right.
Like, you can't get it unless you see a psychiatrist.
Right.
Generally, you're like...
When I was on it, I would have to take...
plenty of people are getting it.
Drug
you're prescribed for it, is what you're saying.
Yes, people get it and sell it.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I don't mean sell it. People get it and use it.
I was prescribed it, and I would have to pass drug tests to take it. Like, you couldn't take... I couldn't smoke weed when I was on it.
Not supposed to mix it with, anything.
Yeah.
But...
I guess the issues with the libraries, people are telling me, is that because most libraries try to be very accommodating, so as the weather gets very, very cold, you have people of all stripes who are kind of looking, you're trying to find shelter, and that's going to include. But the American Library Association said that they haven't heard of anything else like this outside of Colorado. So it depends on who you believe, I guess. This guy?
Hey, man, meth ain't that bad.
Or the cop who would come through your school with that big DARE attaché case.
I wonder if I go to school with, or if I went to school with anybody that's advocating for the legalization of meth. So I got the one lady that's advocating for MDMA to be legal.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe there's a meth person out there. Maybe I went to high school with that guy.
So there's no drug in which you can get hooked the first time?
I mean, I'm not.
Just
and
love,
that's
baby.
person
Just
to-
love.
That's person to person too, though.
Like heroin.
Yeah, everybody's
like,
different.
I'm just gonna shoot up one time. I'm just like, didn't like it that much. It was-
Yes. You can shoot up heroin and you won't get hooked.
It didn't give me what I was looking for. It didn't have that zest.
I'm always chasing that zest is what he's looking for. What drug can I do that'll give me that zest?
the little.
Time and time again, I've been snorting Irish Spring shavings.
I can't remember if it was crack or meth, but a friend of mine talked about doing one of those two drugs a couple of times, and then their dealer went to rehab in Florida, and they just stopped. They were like, I didn't try to find a new dealer or anything like that.
It wasn't
so
convenient
they were
for
like,
me anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Where they're like, kind of casually, I can't remember if it was crack
I think
or
it was
meth,
meth.
but
I think I knew.
He messed up his money.
it was one of those two. And then I was like, oh, so you just stopped after that? Like, yeah, it was too much work to try to find
to
anybody
be a
else.
drug dealer.
I guess, sure.
You got to know people who know people who know
Yeah.
people,
Oh my God. Bro, you messed up your money. I was gonna be a loyal client, but you had to go on and get right with
better.
God.
Well, yeah, okay. People are telling me doing Adderall is pretty much what meth feels like. All right. Well, then wouldn't it be
I
a hell of
wonder
a
if
lot?
the crashes is hard.
Wouldn't that be a hell of a lot cheaper than meth?
No.
Really?
Well, it depends. It depends on the dosage and where you get it and how you get it. Like mine is 15 milligrams extended release, which means it's not going to give you the high that you want from a regular like Adderall pill. It releases throughout the day because it's meant for you to take to fix your ADHD.
Yeah.
But they also have instant release ones. Those are the ones people crack up and like crunch up
Snort.
and snort. Yeah.
Oh, I
but
see.
the extended release ones, like mine is 15 milligrams extended release, and it's like $40 a month. So $40 for 30 pills.
That sounds pretty cheap.
It's pretty cheap, but it's not going to give you. I don't think it's probably going to be as intense as meth.
Why
you
don't
can probably take it out of those little capsules and.
I've done that. If you want it right away, take out a capsule, put it in some yogurt.
Why don't you? I'm going to put my meth in my yogurt, and then I'm going to put my Adderall in my cottage cheese. I'm going to see which one hits harder.
We'll see what happens.
Hey, man, meth ain't that bad.
Maybe you should do a side by side.
Putting your Adderall in your yogurt, I think that's called a yoga speedball.
Mm-hmm.
You got your Adderall in my yogurt.
Oh,
hey,
no.
you got your meth in my sour cream.
I was gonna say I'd just be mad my appetite would go away after you do drugs.
No, it's not that bad. And honestly, the more you take it, the less that has an effect on you. Like the first week, because I just got prescribed this again. I was on it in college, and then I got prescribed it again in like December maybe. And that goes away after like the first week, after you start taking it. I mean, yes, you do have a decreased appetite, but like the first 3 or 4 times you take it, you're like, oh, I cannot eat on this. But then your body gets used to the drug, and then it's fine.
Say my antidepressants, looking back on it, like I didn't want to do anything. Like I just don't understand it didn't. I guess it just wasn't the right dosage because I was depressed before I was on that, and I kind of had like a manic episode. But being on that, it almost was like I'm too even, like too. I was just too okay with everything. Didn't want to do anything.
Well, that's the whole point. It's highs aren't as high, lows aren't as low.
So
You're just kind of chill.
I didn't want to eat. I didn't really want to, like, I wanted to have sex, but I didn't want to finish. Like, it was just, like, the worst thing. Like, I just don't even
want to be a blob and watch TV.
And now?
And now I'm cool. But I'm not on anything right now. I'm not on anything right now. So, I'll see in a couple months. Like, if I get stressed or, manic. That was my whole ear.
It's that clean living in Jesus, homie.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
He's over there at Orange Theory. He found the Lord. He's on the rowing machine.
Oh yeah, and I'm just gonna say I don't know for sure, but that's what made me fat.
Antidepressants?
I'm gonna use that. Yeah, it made me
Instead
fat.
of the Doritos and the Uber Eats.
It was
that's what
after
did
that.
it. Yeah.
I wasn't active. I didn't want to do anything, so it made me fat too.
Yes. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Being inactive and.
Dude, from that time in my life, I threw those sheets away because I had it almost looked like someone died where I was laying.
Why don't you just launder them?
It was bad. It was like an outline
Because
where
he didn't launder them for 2 years, so he couldn't.
Why was
launder out the
that? Why
problem.
did you not wash them for that long?
Because I was depressed.
I'm too sad.
Too sad to wash my sheets.
Well, when I mean, probably TMI here, but when I went back to the psychiatrist because I hadn't been on this drug in a long time, and I was like, kind of what Cody's describing, where I was just like tired all the time. I didn't want to do anything. I had no motivation, and I told him straight up, I was like, I don't know if this is depression or ADHD, but one of these two things. And he's like, the symptoms can be very similar and they often play into each other.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, so before we put you on an SSRI, let's try Adderall. And if Adderall fixes your problems with motivation and getting things done, then we don't have to mess with, because the way he described it to me, it doesn't mess with your brain chemistry as much as a antidepressant would.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, you can use this in conjunction with your anti-anxiety. Let's see how this goes.
But for Poundcake's purposes, or any dude's purposes, he's not getting a boner.
On antidepressants,
Yeah.
yes.
But you were getting plenty of boners, though. You were
Dude, my lady boner is
strong like bull.
like a statue.
Yeah, like that
No.
statue of Martin Luther King Jr. in
yeah.
Boston. Any direction that you look at it,
It's a boner.
there's a boner. There's no way around that.
Hey guys, I don't know if you ever hear the commercials that they insert into the app, but I don't know how many more times I can take.
At Optima Dermatology, Shelley Plusha has 18 years of experience and will work with you on a solution for your rubella and dermatitis. Call Shelley Plusha at Optimal Dermatology.
Yeah. And also, it's all summed to the right channel for some reason, like slammed through a limiter. Oh, it's horrible.
Yeah, no, I don't ever hear the stream. I don't know what those commercials. It sounds like there's one or two that they air all day long. I don't know where all these ad sales are happening with podcasts, but it sounds like they're playing the same ones over and over and over again. So no, I don't ever hear the stream. I don't know. I only know I'm doing this. I'm not listening to the show on the stream. So
Seems like it's effective if you remembered every single
Rubella.
word.
Yeah, he's
that's
heard
a
it a
deep
lot.
dive. Yeah, he's heard it. He got
the
himself into a
voice,
Jerry
you did
Lewis
all of it.
situation there. Yeah, he's like the nutty professor all of a sudden. No, I don't. People tell me all the time, they're complaining about some ad they heard. I go, I don't.
It's got nothing to do with me.
Well, I mean,
it cuts off our.
I want people to have a good experience. We're telling them to listen to that goddamn app all the time. I want them to have a good experience, and that's not going to give you a good experience when they're jamming, when commercials play in the middle of my show, or, you know, people got so used to, and this really sucks, but over COVID, when everybody was on Zoom, that really trained people in a negative way for my business, which is people got really used to crappy audio. And I hate that. There's nothing that bothers me more than crappy audio. And it's all over the place now. Because on Zoom, people got used to it. And then they go, that's how things sound. And not how they're supposed to sound. So again, I don't know what you heard. I love your rendition of it. But I don't know what you heard. Hey, Brian.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Nothing much. You guys were talking a little bit ago about getting addicted to drugs, and Poundcake said something about if he tried heroin for the first time that he would get addicted.
Yeah.
And actually, I just celebrated 6 years clean yesterday. I was a heroin addict.
Congrats, man.
And thank you. Trust me, I didn't want to even think about trying heroin, but it was painkillers, and painkillers led to heroin. But no, you cannot, because I was doing perk 30s, perk 40s, or whatever it was, but I hated it because it would make me, drool on myself and just.
Brian, how did you get hurt?
Just like a zombie. I tore my ACL.
Yeah.
Playing
for the Cavs.
Men's rec softball.
Men's rec man, what a way to start your trip down heroin lane. Yeah, I was just having some fun with my boys and playing some softball.
That happens more than a lot of the time. People who are addicted to
that's
heroin,
why there was such
that's
a
how
big
it starts.
boom of it in the early 2000s
yeah,
because that's when they would say, "Oh, you're hurt, OxyContin."
Yeah.
Yep, mine was Percocets, and it was like after my surgery, they're like, here's 90, 70, 50, and then they cut me off. I'm like, I'm already addicted to these painkillers, and then when they start getting too expensive off the street, someone's like, here, try this.
You also live your life praying that you never ever get hurt again.
Yeah.
Because you're like, okay, well now I got to contend with this, and
or you got a busted back and you have to take Advil.
And it killed Brian's burgeoning men's rec softball career. That's the worst part. Let's not gloss over that.
I played for 10 plus years. That was my last year playing softball.
Oh,
but it's
my
all right.
goodness.
After getting clean, I got my own house. I have a daughter now. Softball is on the last part of my mind right now.
Sure, yeah.
But yeah.
Well, good job, man.
But yeah, Thank you. It was a long and hard road, but
Yeah, it was.
stay positive. And let me tell you, I had a tooth removed, and they're like, here's some Vicodin. I'm like, no,
Right.
Can't do
I'm
that.
allergic.
Right.
I'm allergic.
Yeah, I was
I
like,
mean,
I'm
in a
gonna
way.
tough this out. I'm gonna be like, I'm fine. Shit. As soon as that Novocaine wore off, nope. I was like, oh my god, what can I take off?
Right.
Luckily, they just gave me some Motrin.
You get yourself a hot compress and
Tylenol 800.
there you go.
That's
Thank you,
actually
Brian.
a question I had for Mary, and maybe we can talk about it when it comes back. Because with you being addicted to gambling, addicted to alcohol, how does that play into Adderall? Because that's a controlled substance, and this doesn't trigger those
Well,
cravings or whatever.
It's something you have to be careful with if you have an addictive personality. I told you tell your psychiatrist that, where I'm like,
Yeah.
hey, I have past issues with addiction.
Right.
That is something that makes me nervous about taking drugs like this. And he was like, basically like, well, let's try it and see what happens. I wish there was a better answer. I really wish there was a better answer.
That's most of medicine. Well,
But
let's
that's
try
what it is.
it.
We're like,
Yeah.
well, because they're like, let's
5
see
months
if
from now, Mary's gonna be just
Strung
tweaked
out.
out.
Yeah.
Smoking meth in the library and be like, I guess we should have tried it.
Eating all the
it's-
Twinkies.
It's also why I don't take it every day
Yeah.
because it is something that you can build up a tolerance to pretty quickly, and you can start to crave, and you can start to be like, I need more, I need more, I need more. Because it doesn't have the same effect the longer that you take it, you know? And if you're looking for, depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking to get high, you're going to want to constantly up it. I can take it 2 or 3 times a week, stay productive, and not have to up my dosage. You know what I mean? So it's like, it is a slippery slope. I won't even lie that it's, and I expressed my concerns to my doctor, and he was like, well,
And then I
we'll
guess
see what happens.
You know what?
essentially.
You're going to be my experiment. Let's see what happens. It's publish or perish around here, and I'm working on a new paper. So
And because you didn't have that same relationship, like if you had,
I never had that relationship with drugs.
well, with alcohol though, you were binging it right from the start.
Well, and I used
So you used alcohol excessively from the start. So like that led to the abuse of it versus like having a healthy relationship with alcohol where you're like, oh, I'll just have a drink here or there to like unwind versus.
yeah, I guess that's that's how I use my Adderall. But it's one of those things where it's like I used gambling and drinking to escape my feelings.
Mhm.
I don't think I'm going to use productivity to escape my feelings. I don't think that's
I think you can.
taming my ADHD is going to also escape my feelings. It's not usually how that works. It's not really, I don't know, mood altering, I guess.
mood altering productivity.
Yeah.
I got to take a break here. I will have another $1,000 for you closer to 4:30. Listen for that next keyword to go fund yourself. You're a Pussifer fan, by the way. Maynard Keenan and the gang are coming through to do a show. When? They're coming through to do a show at some point. Oh, they're going to do MGM Northfield Park, end of May. So if you dig Pussifer, I'll have those tickets for you after the break as well. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Call. When does Poundcake go into the Country Hall of Fame?
My truck, my beer, my guns. Say it again.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We got Perez Bilton's Hot Celebrity Goss in a moment. Another $1,000 for you to win, too, in about 5 minutes. So listen for that next keyword for you to go fund yourself. And if you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do that. If it's out of state, I'd like to know where people are. Andrew's in Detroit. Sherry listens in Golden, Colorado. Corey is down there in Tarpon Springs. Brandon is in Bedford, Michigan. Miles and Laura listen in Charleston, South Carolina. And Jason listens in Cagayan de Oro. Where's that, Bill? In the Philippines. So there's that. That's why I asked.
I know.
Even context clues alone.
Thought it was a layup. We're going to be putting people on Mary's Polar Blast team this week, too. 5:20 all week. We'll double up today since we're out yesterday. Mary's team, Snow Babies.
Yes, please.
For the 11th annual Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle. We've been off for 3 years, but we have returned, or will, Friday, February 3rd. WMMS.com at the contest page. That is where you're going to register to get on Poundcake's team, which did we determine he still shares it with Barry White?
I don't know.
I don't know either. But that's the Brandywine mascot out there. So Poundcake's team is Barely White. Bill's team will do next week. Big Billy's Bottom Boys. It's Billy's, right? Big Billy's Bottom Boys.
Yeah, Big Billy's Bottom Boys.
Big Billy's Bottom Boys is what it is.
Hey, Alan. Listen, man. I just want to say you need to leave the dry mouth gagging thing, the whole entire gagging thing in 2022. It's gross. I actually like the show, but I really, really, really hate the dry mouth gagging, and I'm sure others agree.
I actually like the show.
Right. Well, now I'm just going to do it more. You don't know me at all, do you? And why can't people speak for themselves? I say this all the time. Speak for yourself.
No.
The whole I'm sure other people. Who cares? Don't you worry about other people. You worry about yourself. You don't like it. I'm going to do it more for you. I'm going to do it for me. I'm going to do it more for you. In fact, I didn't even want to do it more until you told me you didn't want me to do it. You don't know me at all, do you? That's just going to make me want to do it more. Is that what he's talking about? By the way, that's not on me. That's on everybody else to not say gross things.
Okay.
Well, then I
You've
guess
got
you're
your
going to keep
marching
on
orders.
doing it. 'Cause
You've got your marching orders. That's not on me. What do you want me to say? Alan, did you see the beaver farting? Yes, I saw the beaver farting. Is it this
I thought
one?
it was called a queef when it did that.
Bill Squire, the Alex Theater. When is that?
January 28th. And if that doesn't get you to go,
I'll
I don't
tell
know
you
what I
what.
have to do. That was the best joke anyone's ever told.
They have those static nature cams where it's just, conservationists or whatever. They set up cameras and they're on all the time. This is the Derbyshire Wildlife Trust, and it's their beaver camera, and they have it on all the time. And so obviously somebody going through the video posted it to YouTube. I'm sure they do a live stream there, and then they'll just repost some video. And somebody posted video of a beaver farting in the water, like a bubbly fart. And I guess this went viral, and that I sure hope this doesn't make me do that dry heave noise again. There you go. That is how bored people are. That went viral. The bubbly beaver fart. And I just played it for you. So I'm part of the problem, aren't I? I'm not part of the solution. I'm part of the problem. What's that? You want to hear it again?
It's just so. I was gonna say it's so wet, but it's a beaver.
It's the right amount of wet, though, isn't it, Bill? I mean, if you're gonna hear a beaver fart,
Right.
You don't want to hear you assume it's going to be maybe at water level. You don't want something massive. Here's a larger beaver that was right next to him there. That is a big beaver. Winona's. You don't want that.
Big brown beaver.
Yeah.
It's a little splash one.
Little splash one. Poundcake, you going to go see Madonna?
No.
Really?
He's not a Madonna girl.
Oh, I didn't know if he was. I've never heard him talk poorly about Madonna. They announced Madonna is going. Now, again, I don't know. Listen, she deserves all the accolades she gets for hanging on as long as she has. I don't know if a 40th anniversary tour, I would draw attention to that. I mean, you want to celebrate. It's called the Celebration Tour, but it's celebrating 40 years of Madonna with a star-studded video paying homage to her groundbreaking film Truth or Dare. Remember that awful movie Truth or Dare? Well, she wants to, she worked hard on it, and she really wants to spotlight it, and so she'll be playing 4 decades of hits. She will play the Romo Fijo on Wednesday, August the 2nd. And a big Madonna tour. The video featuring notable names such as Diplo, Judd Apatow, Jack Black, Lil Wayne, and many, many more.
I don't care what she says or what she thinks. She's not going to move like she did in that Sticky or Sweet tour. Because I saw.
Well, she's also done something to her face that makes her look quite strange.
She sounded weird too.
I haven't heard her for a while, but
Well, in that video.
Oh,
Did
I
you
just
watch
saw.
that video?
I saw it with the sound off.
Well, it's Amy Schumer posted it on her page, and they were doing like some weird Truth or Dare thing with a table of famous people, and Madonna's voice. It sounds like she's like got marbles in her mouth. I don't know if she got like lip injections that went wrong or
I
something.
don't know.
I don't know.
Well, she's always had a bit of an overbite, but also she was wearing a grill for a while, and she's done all
She
this
did have
weird
like
stuff.
one tooth that was still gold.
Yeah, so it's not going to be like the same. Like had it been like the MDNA tour, I probably would have gone to see that but I as far as Madonna goes, I think she's a very talented artist and paved the way for most of the women in the business today, but she was never one of my top 5. You guys know what my top 5 were. I like a couple of her songs, like that 4-minute song, and then like that Devil Pray song where she's talking about doing drugs and doing acid and stuff. She has some hits.
All right, let's see if we can rattle off your top 5.
These sound like later Madonna songs.
Yeah, that goes to show you, like that time goes by so slowly. I like that one.
These were these hit songs? I feel like
No,
she hadn't
these
had
were
a
hit songs.
She hadn't had a
Hung Up.
hit since Rail Light. I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
Number is this in order?
You can sure. No, you don't have to do it in order.
What are we doing? The top 5 what?
Poundcake's top 5 bitches.
Celine Dion.
His top 5 bitches.
She's not number 1.
I
No,
see.
I'm not going in
Whitney's
order.
number 1.
Whitney's number 1.
Whitney's number 1.
Beyonce, Celine Dion.
Celine Dion.
Is Beyonce or no?
Beyonce, yes.
Okay, that's 3.
Chili from TLC.
No.
Gaga.
Damn it. Okay. Yeah,
Lady
damn it.
Gaga.
So there's one left.
One left.
Mary J.
Nope.
Is it a rapper?
No, it's a one. these are
Weird
all
Al
women.
Yankovic.
Pink.
No.
This one's tough.
She's a singer. Yeah.
Yeah, she's a singer. She's
Cher.
black. She's black. I'll give it to you.
Cher.
Tori.
black.
Cher.
No.
Tony Braxton.
Yep. You got it. You got it.
Hey,
Look at us. We
there
know
you
you.
go. Hey. All right.
Because I think you mentioned Tony Braxton like last week or the week before. Like you just said something about her because your mom listened to her a lot too. Right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
All right, well, there
See, I
you go.
listen to the
Those are
show.
yeah, he does. Good for you. You listen to Poundcake's part of the show, which is increasingly important because you got to
We're
listen
doing
to those
top 5 lists for him now.
You got to listen to those. So, okay, good. Well, that's so you're not going to see.
Nah, I'm gonna pass respectfully.
I understand. I mean, these tickets ain't gonna be cheap.
Well, it's just thing like with Cher. Everyone knows what to expect with Cher. People dance around her. She's not doing choreography. She comes out in the elaborate costumes. She's singing a little bit. Mostly it's backing track. And then she gets on the bus before the show's even over. Like, the bus is already fired up and already rolling, and Cher just hops on.
That's the way to do it, man.
Madonna.
What are you hanging around for?
she's going to claim that she's singing all her lyrics and doing all of her dance moves, and she's just not going to move. Science is not going to allow you to dance the same way you did when you were 51. What is she now? 60?
She's close to, if she's not 60, she's really close.
She's like 50. She is 64. She's not gonna,
There you go.
She's not going to move the same way when she was 51. It's just science, and it's not anything to be ashamed of.
Science is a liar sometimes.
But she's past her prime, and I don't want to see her. The show would not be a Madonna-style show with her dancing like that.
Well, at least you say you got to see her.
Nah, I'm good. But I don't, it doesn't resonate with me.
All right.
Yeah, he's not Madonna.
Yeah, he's not super.
Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000. That might get you a pair from Madonna. It's a chance to go fund yourself. Listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword bonus at WMMS.com. That's bonus. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
So just so I can jot it down for posterity, Cher, not Cher, Celine, Tony.
You have 3 fingers up and I've only named 2.
Celine. Tony, Whitney, Beyonce, and who was the 5th one?
Gaga.
Oh, Gaga. Gaga.
And,
Right.
and I'm mad that she's in my top 5 because she's not.
You're
You
mad?
love her. You
Well, 'cause
love her.
Mainly they're reserved for legends, and I don't think Lady Gaga is a legend yet.
Well,
Not yet.
honestly, you don't have to like Madonna because you like Lady Gaga. That's what everyone said, is Lady Gaga was just millennial Madonna.
Yeah, but Lady Gaga has different type of music than Madonna. Like her music is electronic, and it is made for the gay clubs. It is made for like bathhouses. It is made. She has a song called Slime.
Unlike Madonna's music, which was made solely for straight people.
Straight
In
men.
church.
White, cis men.
I just
love Madonna.
Lady Gaga's music is just so much better. Like her art pop album, I'm so mad that was not #1 because it was the best album she's ever created. She had GUI, she had Manicure.
So many things
Swine.
that are supposed to be enjoyable for people make him mad. He's
So
mad
much,
that it
so
didn't get to #1.
Well, I'm mad that she's in my top 5 because she's not old enough to be a legend, and Beyonce technically isn't either. Like Ariana Grande should be up there, but I can only name 5. She's number 6.
And Ariana Grande's not old enough to be a legend either, right?
Correct. She hasn't had enough years in the game.
Are we ready for Perez Bilton?
Let's do it.
All right.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
All right, let's get things going with the true queen of pop, Britney Spears. She's free, and she's out there doing things. She went out to dinner the other night and was acting manic at a restaurant, according to TMZ. Her husband was seen storming out of the restaurant, and Spears left with a bodyguard shortly after. According to inside sources. The reason Spears was acting the way she was is because she was upset that the restaurant had slices of bread and not rolls, because she wanted to reenact the scene from Chaplin starring Robert Downey Jr., where he made the rolls look like little feet on the fork and do the little dance to kind of disarm a political conversation her husband was trying to have. Here you go.
To my way of thinking, motion pictures are potentially the most influential form of communication ever invented. And there's no control over them. Your message reaches everyone, everywhere.
Message?
Of course. Mr. Chaplin here reaches millions who only have to see. And when they see a mockery being made of our immigration services...
Oh, that's what he was upset about?
That's what she was upset about. She
Oh,
wanted to do
come
that.
on.
Do the little forks in the
rolls
thing. And you have to do like little kicks and go up on the tippy toes. It will disarm any situation.
Sure, yeah.
And
Calm everybody down.
You can't do it with slices of bread. It don't
No.
make no sense.
Nope.
All right. Let's keep on going. Justin Roiland, co-creator of Rick and Morty, is feeling the heat after a felony domestic assault charge surfaced from nearly 3 years ago. The charges led to a slew of grooming and sexual misconduct allegations against Roiland, where he was messaging with girls as young as 16 years old, making sex jokes, telling them how drunk he was.
Whoops. Sorry, not that. Go ahead.
And then he would make all these inappropriate comments and be like, hey, don't tell anybody this. Pretty gross stuff. According to inside sources, Rick and Morty will continue.
Inside sources.
You're all over it today.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Yeah. We added video this week, so it's a little trickier. So Rick and Morty will continue, but Roiland, who voices both of the title characters, will be replaced by Harvey Fierstein. Yeah, the guy that played Robin Williams' brother in Mrs. Doubtfire.
Not working. Yeah, no, this isn't working. But don't worry, it's a work in progress, and you're my brother. I will never let you be embarrassed.
God bless.
Oh, who wouldn't love that? What a great sound.
He's got so much range, he'll be able to do both characters, and it'll be seamless.
Yeah.
And then finally, there's drama in the pageant universe. People are saying that the Miss Universe contest was rigged. And according to inside sources, I gotta admit, I'm underwater on this one. I don't know how you even judge a contest like this, let alone rig it. And usually, if it does get rigged, whoever rigs it gets caught on stage by Sandra Bullock or something like that. And why is it called Miss Universe? Why not Miss Earth or Miss World? They don't have the whole universe included. And can you not compete if you're married? Like, that seems weird. Just because, like, you got to be a miss? I don't know. And I don't even like the word pageant. Look at the way it's spelled. Like, it's crazy. So let's just get rid of pageants altogether. And that's all.
All right. A little hot take.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
I'm all for getting rid of the word pageant. Never liked the word pageant.
Pageant's a terrible word.
There's a great venue in St. Louis called the Pageant, and it looks strange anytime you see a show there.
Yeah, because it's page ant.
There you go. Change something about that. Get rid of pageants altogether.
Because they don't make sense. Mary, weren't you kind of in the pageant world a little bit?
I was in pageants until I was like 17.
17 years old?
I always think that's so strange that you had like such a strange upbringing on the fact that like you guys were not well off.
No.
And then
they were hoping you were going to be their meal ticket.
But then she's like, hey, get out there and do that pageant.
Because I was cute. I was attractive. And
they wanted you to be their meal ticket?
Well, yeah. If you can win, there's a lot of money and scholarships and all kinds of stuff. And honestly, I got a lot of scholarships from doing pageants. They weren't,
okay, so you won some?
They weren't a ton of money, but I mean, usually the top 3 get something. So it'd be like a $500 scholarship. It's not a full ride anywhere, but the pageant will write you a check or one of their sponsors or whatever. But yeah, you can, if that's what you do full time, you can make good money and get like good.
But it's expensive to compete too.
It depends.
Yeah.
Did your mom make your stuff, or how'd you
like my dresses and
stuff?
Yeah. We would usually just go get them at the thrift store.
Okay.
Yeah. It didn't have to be like. I mean, maybe that's why I didn't win. I don't know if they could tell I was in thrift store clothes or not.
You were Little Miss Sunshine.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, I got to take a break. You want to send a text for anything, 35192 to do that. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live and listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Check out the all-new Mazda of Kent, MazdaKent.com.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed
Cleveland. Fun fact, celebrity deaths, like testicles, sometimes come in threes. The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
There were a number of celebrity deaths while we were gone. I wonder who Poundcake thinks this is. You'll never get it, but I'm curious what you hear.
Steely Dan?
So you've never heard Steely Dan either.
ZZ Top?
That's closer, but not ZZ Top. This is a band called Bachman Turner Overdrive.
Oh.
I told you you'd never get it. I know.
No one would ever get that.
Well, no, there are plenty of people listening right now who know who this is. But Poundcake, I'm curious how his brain works and what he hears. Steely Dan, though, please.
Yeah, ZZ Top, I just imagine guys with like large top hats. And they're like.
Do you know what their signature thing was?
Top hats?
No.
No. What was it?
ZZ Top's signature thing was a top hat. Ah, yes. You don't know what ZZ Top's signature look was.
Can I Google it real quick?
No, you can't Google it.
Okay, well then, no, I don't know.
Hey, everybody listen to Poundcake Google things.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
You probably heard Taking Care of Business from Bachman Turner Overdrive. Beards is what people associate with ZZ Top. Beards.
And cowboy hats, I would say.
Top
They're wearing
hats, this guy.
Yeah.
I was going to say, be the band that has the large top hats. You'll never forget. We're going to go see Abe Lincoln.
Anyway,
well, that's Slash.
Robbie Bachman died. I can't believe that he's the first person to die from Bachman Turner Overdrive because Randy Bachman is not a skinny dude. These guys, Robbie Bachman was his brother. Bachman Turner Overdrive was basically the Bachman brothers and then another dude. These guys are from Winnipeg. They were one of the biggest Canadian bands to have hits in the United States. I still have an old Winnipeg Jets jersey from way back in the day. Remember the Winnipeg Jets? They're a team now, but they weren't for a long time. But Randy Bachman was in the Guess Who. So they did American Woman. But he left to do his own thing because the other guys were partying too much, and he had just become a Mormon.
Oh.
And he's like, I don't want to be around this.
That's such a weird move to make.
Yeah. But Robbie Bachman, everybody knows Randy Bachman and the other guys in the band. But Robbie Bachman was the drummer. And he died at 69. I didn't say why, but and I'm sure those guys, I don't know if they're in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I don't know if BTO, they're in the Canadian Music Hall of Fame, obviously. But this is the song most people associate with Bachman Turner Overdrive. I was like, oh my God, these guys are old dudes, and they haven't lost one member until Robbie Bachman.
Pretty impressive. I feel like that's a record.
I think so.
There's a moment in the movie High Fidelity where I always think of Bachman Turner Overdrive because Barry, who's played by Mary's favorite Jack Black, is saying that they're in between names right now. We were going to be Kathleen Turner Overdrive, but...
Which was a real band.
Yeah. Instead, we're going to be Barry Jive and the Uptown Five.
There you go. I only knew Bachman Turner Overdrive when I was a kid because my mom loved the song "You Ain't Seen Nothing Yet." My mom would sing this song
songs.
all the time. Yes,
they got some.
They had a lot
bangers,
for being a Canadian rock band. They had a lot of hits this side of the border. But Robbie Bachman died over the weekend. Lisa Marie Presley died, I think, like right after we left on Thursday or something. The news broke that Lisa Marie Presley died, and if you saw her at the Golden Globes, she did not look good.
She looked almost like her skin had like a tint to it. Like she looked gray.
Well, yeah, my only comment was that she and her mom, who both had some work done, she and her mom were like, you couldn't tell that they weren't the same age. Lisa Marie was 54, and I think Priscilla Presley's 77 years old. But she was Priscilla and Elvis's only child, which is very, very sad. But she has had a lot of years with a lot of issues, and I guess people said that the Golden Globes is one of the first times she even left the house in a long time. that she was having a lot of problems. She was spending $92,000 a month. She wasn't making that kind of money. I don't know what kind of, I don't know. They think she might have had negative net worth when she died. So the whole Lisa Marie thing, they had her funeral at Graceland. She had a double heart attack. I don't even know what that is. Single heart attack.
What Billy Joel was singing about.
A heart attack, ack. Oh, is that what that is? Yeah. Okay. She owed $1 million in taxes, and they don't think she was worth. She didn't have much of a net worth. She's paying $23,500 a month in rent. She's paying $1,000 a month for a Maserati. That's not much.
Nope, not in Hollywood.
Well, because Maseratis now, that used to be like a big deal, but I think Hyundai or somebody bought them. So now, like every guy, there's so many Maseratis in Cleveland because I don't think they're that expensive anymore. They said she had about $95,000 in her bank account.
Ouch.
Yeah.
And so, again.
But she did not look good. She had 4 kids. I think she lost one. That actress Riley Keough is her daughter. Real cute girl named Riley Keough. Who
owns Elvis's masters?
Always with the master.
Again, but that's the owner of his estate. Like, it's everything he owns and like his musical contribution. So you have that. You have close to $1 billion. Is that her mom that has that?
I don't know.
Okay. Because she's being buried at Graceland.
Yep. When she finally got access to, Lisa Marie Presley got her inheritance about 30 years ago. But she sold off 85% of his assets for $100 million in 2004.
And she went through $100 million.
Well, somebody did. Graceland, they weren't even sure if it would stay in the family. They were so worried about it because Lisa Marie Presley owned Graceland. But it will go to her 3 daughters. So it'll stay in the family.
When people talk about how you have more money than you could ever need or ever spend, I think at moments like that where you got $100 million and you can go through it.
But how much is inflation?
$100 million is $100
might not be
million.
the same.
I mean,
it's only like $75 million.
That's a lot of money to go through. I'm convinced I can do it.
But you read about that goalie in Vegas. The goaltender for the Vegas Golden Knights is an NHL goalie.
Mm-hmm.
And they're paying him $5 million a year. And he and his wife just filed for bankruptcy because he said they have $50 million in debt.
That's what I'm saying. I could definitely, whatever amount of money you give me, I'll find a way to spend it.
It's like Brewster's Millions. This guy had a $2 million collection of rare snakes. He and his dad owe upwards of $50 million to dozens of creditors. Wisconsin company sued him, saying that he and his dad weren't paying business loans. I mean, when you're underwater like that, you can't even have fun playing the game anymore. Because you're like, I'm not racking this money up. It's all going out the door.
But also, it's one of those things where he's spending, like, he's trying to make money, but he's just spending it so bad because he's like
a bad investment
in these bad investments. And that's not even the kind of stuff that I would buy. I would just buy ridiculous things.
Well, buying a snake?
We had this dude on the Blackhawks.
Buying a zoo.
We had this dude on the Blackhawks for a while. His name's Robin Lehner. This guy, he's Swedish. He's been around the NHL for a little bit, but we had him for a little bit on the Blackhawks. But he signed, like 3 years ago, he signs a 5-year, $25 million deal. Hockey players are getting paid more than they used to. Hockey players were like notoriously the worst paid professional athletes because there's just not as much money involved in professional hockey as there is in the other leagues. But they're starting to kind of step up, you know. But then he's out, he had like hip surgery, so he's done a whole season. Like, you got to sock that away, man. Oh, who's going to take care of my rare snakes?
I like to live in a world where every snake is rare.
Yeah. So Robbie Bachman dies. Lisa Marie Presley dies. And then you might know this guy. I'd never heard of him until he died. He's a TikTok star who died. He's only 33. And gee, of all the people you thought would die, you never thought it would be Waffler69. He got famous on TikTok for eating bizarre foods. So he wasn't in great shape. Had a couple million followers on TikTok. And he would post videos showing him eating odd and sometimes expired food.
I was going to say, odd just means nasty foods.
He ate a canned ham from 1960. He would eat reindeer meat. And again, he was not in good shape. So he had a heart attack at 33 years old.
It's the facts.
96 or 69?
Waffler69, who had 1.8 million followers on TikTok. They said that he had a heart attack.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah. But he's a big dude, right? You're getting famous, eating weird stuff. It is an amazing time to be alive. It really is. As much as people want to piss on social media stars and, these people who have millions of followers that you might have never heard of this person, but they're still famous.
Yeah.
Like legit famous in their own world.
But he's not that fat, though.
He's fat enough to not be eating canned ham from 1960. This guy's not posting videos of him on the rowing machine. He's posting videos of him drinking lava lamps or whatever the hell these people do.
Drinking lava
Well,
lamps?
Everybody's got to ratchet it up. If you start at canned ham from 1960, where are you going to go? You got to feed the beast. The animals in your audience want more and more and more. You think people are going to lie around awake at night lamenting the death of Waffler69? No.
TikToker Waffler69 dies at 33 shortly after a video trying to eat giant cereal.
Well, whatever.
It's a giant Fruit Loop.
His father and grandfather both died of heart attacks before the age of 50. So it's already in your family, and you're like, I'm going to get famous.
step on the gas.
Yeah. I'm going to get famous. And then I don't know how he was monetizing it. His family set up a GoFundMe. So I don't, He ate a big Fruit Loop dipped in milk after a follower.
That's pretty good.
It looks real good. I want one.
But that's also not what killed him either. Oh, a giant Fruit Loop. Cool.
It's a big Fruit Loop donut, and it looks great.
His brother on TikTok asked followers to please keep his legacy alive. He loved making people happy. Don't ever forget the giant Fruit Loop or the canned ham from 1960. But I mean, that sucks. 33 and you're getting famous, eating weird crap. I mean, even Andrew Zimmern knew when to call it quits. He was on the TV. But this guy, so it was a big week. Really connected a lot of dots in entertainment between Robbie Bachman, Lisa Marie Presley, and Waffler69.
Wasn't there also a dude from American Idol that passed away too?
Yeah, some young dude who had a heart
31.
attack. Yeah.
Why is everybody having heart attacks?
I don't know.
Was he eating Fruit Loop sized donuts or whatever?
Fruit Loop sized donuts.
Donut-sized Fruit Loops.
C.J. Harris was part of season 13 of American Idol. He died at 31. He had a heart attack in his hometown of Jasper, Alabama. It was first reported by his hometown radio station, WJLX. Well, I got some bad news. I don't know what that sounds like, but I mean, it probably sounds along those lines, right?
And then they make that announcement, then Dick from Dayton calls him.
Hey! Is this because it's an oldies station, so I bet he did call them.
You guys play any of that Bruce Springsteen?
Hey, could you play some Bruce Springsteen? Hey, is this 12:40 a.m.? I'll tell you what. I think. Oh, the team's down there. I don't know. You make some joke about a team. I'll always be a Crimson Tide fan. Whatever. So, yeah, people are dying. They found out that the Golden Globes was a super spreader event, too. A whole bunch of people at the Golden... That's why... And the Critics' Choice Awards, another one was on this past weekend that nobody knew about, unless you were paying attention to, like, entertainment Twitter, and you saw winners posting photos with their trophies. Weird Al won. He and Radcliffe won for that Weird Al movie. Critics' Choice Awards.
Good for them.
But the Critics' Choice Awards, because all these award shows are basically the same group of nominees, kind of. So the Critics' Choice Awards was like, yeah, it wasn't very well attended because everybody got COVID at the Golden Globes. So like all these, megawatt stars went to the Golden Globes, got sick. They're like, yeah, I can't make it to the Critics' Choice Awards. I bet they're real bummed about that. Who is this, Bree?
Yes, hi.
Hi, Bree.
First-time caller, hate the show.
Oh, I love first-time callers. Welcome. Don't disappoint me.
I won't.
Thank you.
I also wanted to add, over your weekend, Evil Knievel's son, Robbie Knievel, died, and also Jeff Beck.
Well,
don't know
Jeff
if
Beck
you guys
died,
talked about
last week. Yeah,
We
Jeff
talked about Jeff Beck.
Jeff Beck died before we left, yeah. But I guess I hadn't seen Robbie Knievel. Wow, I met Robbie Knievel on a number of occasions.
Yeah, my dad was very sad about that one.
Yeah, I could see that, yeah.
Yeah, very sad. I don't know how old he was, but
He was
yeah,
60.
He was getting up there. Yes,
Yeah, pancreatic cancer. Yeah.
very sad.
Yeah. Well, listen, best to your dad, Bree, over the death of Robbie Knievel.
Well, thank you.
The Snake River
thank you.
Canyon conspiracy will forever live in our hearts.
Of course.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Bree.
She did kind of disappoint me, though.
Bree.
Because she told me that Robbie Knievel died.
Yeah, when she first said that, I was like, I thought Robbie Knievel died a while ago. But no, I guess
I think everyone died a while ago.
Well, yeah.
Aren't they dead?
Because, you know why I think that?
Most people
Because
are dead.
most people are dead.
Hey, look at that.
Most people who have ever lived are dead. We used to call them Bachman-Turner overweight. Yeah, I heard that too, which was all the more surprising to me that Robbie was the first one to die, because I knew Randy was still alive. And then their other brother, I was like, well, let's see who else is still around from this band. All of them, except for Robbie. C.F. Turner is still alive. He's out there playing. BTO opened for Van Halen on that 5150 tour. First time they went out with Sammy Hagar, they had BTO go out with them. Alan, I was watching somebody on the Weather Channel or on television, and they referred to the rain in California as monsoonable, and I immediately thought of Poundcake. Like a pound cake.
Ism?
Ism, yes.
Monsoonable? I don't think I would use that.
Don't speak too soon. Now that it's out there in the ether, might be there for you to grab. People pointing out, too, that Randy Bachman's son was a one-hit wonder in the 90s, a guy named Tal Bachman. Remember a song called She's So High?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
That was
I never
Tal,
knew.
Tal Bachman. Yeah.
I never knew who sang it.
I think that was the song, right? Wasn't
Yeah.
that Tal Bachman? Was She So High?
She's so lovely. I like that one. Yes.
It was a good song.
Because they would put it in, like, teen movies and
Yeah, it's
stuff,
like
right?
every trailer.
Yes.
Randy Bachman's kid. Just lost his uncle. 1999. Wow.
But somehow I can't believe
Why is he singing like he's British? Like it happened. Hello.
I know where I belong and nothing's gonna happen.
This was in American Pie band camp.
Well, it had to be I don't know if it was like the soundtrack for any specific movie, but it was definitely in the trailers. Like anything that had Julia Stiles in it probably had a trailer.
Yeah, right.
With
Or
this.
early Heath Ledger.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there you go. And he and I guess the whole Bachman family converted to Mormonism at some point. He did his mission in Argentina.
Oh.
Yeah. But later
But
on,
then
he
he
left.
got excommunicated and then make them have to change a bunch of rules.
No, he later on
You're not
left.
so high above me then, are you?
He left the church because he concluded that Joseph Smith had made everything up.
No.
Yeah.
What? I mean, let's not jump to conclusions just because a couple of people...
Just because it's so easily proven that he made it all up.
A couple of people get a little burr in their saddle, and they get all snippy. I got a break. Hey, we're going to put 2 people on Mary's Polar Blast team on the way back here. We're out yesterday. So we're doing Snow Babies this week. We go back to Boston Mills Brandywine on February the 3rd. That's a Friday night. Love to have you along. So if you want to join us, we'll have 2 spots coming back here to get on Mary's team. And then at 5:30 is going to be the next chance for you to grab some money. $1,000 for you to go fund yourself. So that's on the way too. 35192 and a text for anything. And we'll be back.
Get ready to celebrate the songs and artists you've listened to
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all. And best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
Stop you! Wow! Give stuff away.
All right, and get back with us for the 2023 Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle. We head back to Boston Mills Brandywine for the first time in a few years. Presented by Circle K and Pepsi. We go up Friday, February 3rd. My team, the Coxicles, all set. This week we're doing Mary's team, Snow Babies. And we're going to double up today. We were out yesterday, so we'll double up today. So callers 10 and 11, you'll be able to get on Mary's Polar Blast team. She is, as she's happy to point out, undefeated.
Don't let me down.
Don't let her down. WMMS.com for all the details. Callers 10 and 11, you're going to get on Snow Babies. Mary Santora as your captain. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show. Podcast anytime on our iHeartRadio app.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Cavs off tonight. You'll get the full cannon blast of the Corey Roddick experience tonight after 6:30. Cavs rally back and beat the Pelicans here at home yesterday afternoon. And they'll be in Memphis tomorrow night to play the Grizzlies, who are a very good team this season. It's not always the case. The Grizzlies, Cavs tomorrow night, 8 o'clock here on MMS. And then the Cavs will be here on Friday to host the Golden State Warriors. And then the Milwaukee Bucks, and they'll go off play the Knicks, go to Houston, go to Oklahoma City, and on and on and on. The Cavs, Grizzlies tomorrow night. People asking what the promo code is for January for CLE Clothing Company. You want to use the word ANEW, ANEW. That'll get you 20% off whatever you want over at CLE Clothing. And they always have new things coming in. Something's going out, too. So you want to keep in mind if there's something you got your eye on, you don't want to sleep on it because you never know. Might be every time we drop like new Buzzard stuff, that stuff goes right away. So people are like, I'll get that later on. I've done that. I've been that guy. What, you think they're handing me Buzzard shirts? No. I'm a booster. I like to contribute. I'll walk right in there, right around the corner from us, the flagship store. I'll walk in. I'll buy some stuff. But sometimes they're out. And so, you can sign up for the notifications if you want there too. But just use ANEW and you get 20% off. I was reading something this morning that I have to assume with Easter coming up, even if you don't celebrate Easter, there are probably people who still enjoy the candy part of it. Do people who don't celebrate Easter do the candy? Probably
like
not.
Egg hunts, yeah.
Do they?
Yeah, you'll do like an egg hunt or hide a basket or whatever. Make it about the bunny.
Right. Egg hunt.
Yes.
Listen, something that has to be what I would imagine massive news in the Santora household are the Dr. Pepper flavored Peeps. God, we love that. That are good. Why these aren't Dr. Peepers, I don't know. It seems like a lost whatever. But Peeps Dr. Pepper flavored are dropping just in time for 2023.
Oh yeah.
They're dropping them earlier than ever. Because they're marking the 70th anniversary of Peeps. And yeah, for whatever reason, everybody loves to piss on Peeps. Theoretically, of course. They're like, oh, they're gross. Right. They've got coffee, marshmallow flavored, and blah, blah, blah. A lot of these are going to show up at Target. They got the Tropical Burst and the strawberry and the Fruit Loops and blah, blah, blah. But they're also going to have the Dr. Pepper flavored Peeps. They'll also have kettle corn flavored Peeps. So a lot of these candies end up just kind of being a dare. And they go, look, it costs us nothing to make these. We have a giant vat of, I think that they take just leftover flavors, put all those in a vat, and then they have like, a focus group. They go, what does this taste like? And they go, kind of tastes like pitted cherries. Cool. This is our new pitted cherry flavored Peeps. I guess the Dr. Pepper peeps are a Walmart exclusive.
Of course they are.
Of course they are,
I think
yes.
We're Walmart people.
Right. Well, listen, you're pageant people.
Target trash.
People were calling me about your pageantry.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
What'd they have to say?
Hey, Alan, hate the show. I was just listening to that pageant discussion you had going on before break, and I just found it really interesting that people always are trying to hate on beauty pageants. I mean, Mary was in one, and look at her now. Gambling addict, recovering alcoholic, emerging comedic career that's involved self-deprecation constantly, and, addicted to Adderall, but not meth. I think that's an important distinction.
Addicted to Adderall.
There's that.
Well,
those things had nothing to do with being in pageants. They had
Or
to do with,
did they?
I mean, maybe.
Or did they?
You got therapy tomorrow?
I do have therapy tomorrow, actually. Yeah.
Bring it up.
You got some new ammunition for him. Hey, do you think that could the pageants have been? My mom put my sister in pageants.
She messed
and
up.
now she has MS. I'm not saying there's a connection. I'm just saying I don't know what they're doing at these pageants.
The pageants didn't mess me up nearly as, there was a lot going on there.
There's rankings.
There is rankings, yeah.
What's the number one thing?
Oh, man, I don't know. Probably church. I don't know, because there's a lot that contributed to it.
I think my mother surprised herself by how she was putting my sister in pageants, because for 17 years of my life, my mom had my sister when my mom was 40. She had raised 3 boys. And I'm not quite sure she knew what to do with a girl. Mm-hmm. So she put her in a lot of frilly dresses and had a lot of photos taken and was putting her in things.
Yeah.
So she figured it out.
She did something.
Mm-hmm.
This is when my sister was little. She didn't go to 17 like you did.
Maybe, no, yeah, because I was like Miss Berea and Miss Berea Teen. I did both of those.
You were Miss Berea Teen.
I was not crowned.
No, but you were
pageants,
in the Miss Berea Teen pageant.
Yes.
Do you know who won? And has she gone on to anything?
I don't remember specifically. One year, my friend Antoinette won.
Because Miss Berea Teen sounds
I think
like
was
something
15 and under. I think was Miss Berea Teen, and then 16 to 18 was Miss Berea.
Oh.
I think.
That sounds like something that you would run into the. It sounds like something you would run into the winner. Now, just at the grocery store.
Well, no, she was the only one I remember. She was a friend of mine. Was my friend Auntie and
Auntie
Antoinette. We called her Auntie. She won one year. I think that was a teen.
What did she get for winning Miss Berea Teen?
Well, you're Miss Berea Teen for a year, and then you have to go to functions and be in parades, and you have to do a certain amount of community outreach and volunteer hours and stuff.
See, that seems like the not fun part. You got to cut a ribbon at a Baskin Robbins and crap like that.
Yeah.
So if that doesn't turn you off to the whole proceeding, then what's next?
What do you mean?
Well, there's a hierarchy of these pageants. You go on to the next one, and the next one.
Well, you can do as much as you want. There's pageants all over the state, and then
right.
You
But
win
what I'm saying
states,
is,
and you go to nationals. There's everything.
What would be the level above Miss Teen Berea?
Probably Miss Ohio.
Oh,
Teen.
You go right to Ohio.
They don't really do it for Miss Cuyahoga County.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I don't know what they do.
Not that I know of, at least.
I think they should, if they're going to keep pageants around, I think they should revamp them and not just focus on young women. I want mom pageants. I want to recognize the lady that, and I don't need to get all gussied up. I want this is something that you can do. You show up in sweatpants if you have to.
Like something for Mama June.
And a cat sweatshirt.
Mm-hmm.
Where they're not showing anything. You don't know what they look like
no,
underneath.
It's not about how they look. It's about how they function as a human.
Well, there's no place for that in pageantry.
I think that's why we got to change the game.
Mrs. Sensible Shoes? Is this what you're...
Yeah, that's... Yeah.
Okay.
I thought you were going to talk about an elderly pageant. I thought that was the direction you were going.
That'd be great, too.
They probably have those.
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. Or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries, so we will be able to build up our future for our children.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miss South Carolina. Now, she went on to nothing.
I did see that on...
Except ridicule.
TikTok, there's there was a husband calling contest. So
I
that's
saw
the kind
that
of thing
too.
too.
Yeah, those
That's
old
the kind of
ladies.
stuff. Yeah, just ladies going, Jimmy, it's dinner time.
It was funny.
I like it.
This is stupid.
Oh.
If we're gonna have pageants, let's make them a little more diverse and a little more silly.
Go ahead. There's nothing stopping you. Create your own Bill Squire's Male Pageant of the Year award or whatever. You
Male
can just
pageant of
make
the
you
year.
can just make a pageant. I don't know if people know that.
Let's not move forward with Bill Squire's Ohio teen pageant, shall we?
I didn't say Ohio
so
Teen. I
teen.
said Male Pageant of the Year.
Male pageant of
No.
the year. That's what we're talking about. And also, I don't like the word pageant, so we're gonna have to call it something else.
You can call it whatever you want.
Diane Weidman.
Big Billy's bottom boy of the year.
Yeah, why not? Do it.
Diane Weidman was Miss. Maybe that was Miss Teen something else. It says Berea Community High School junior Diane Weidman. This is 2021.
Berea Community High School
Was crowned
Where is that?
Miss Teen US in Nashville. Berea Community High School junior.
It's
is what
probably
that
Berea,
says.
Kentucky. That's not. We're
Oh,
not a
yeah?
Berea Community High School.
Oh, I don't know.
No.
Okay. Berea, Kentucky. Oh, well, that's no good. Miss Teen Berea, Ohio. Missing Berea teen found by police after 2-day search. Well, that's
That's
probably
not it.
something
Nope.
completely different. She still had her sash on and everything.
all the
Oh,
good
it's very
stuff.
exciting. I got some money to give you. It's $1,000 chance to go fund yourself. Listen closely. These keywords come fast and furious. You don't want to waste any of them, so good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword credit at WMMS.com. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
See what they do if you go to the Miss Ohio page. They'll tell you where they came in because none of them are winning Miss USA. So
Okay.
it's like third runner-up,
Yeah.
top 16.
Yeah.
You know? So maybe we need a higher caliber of Ohio pageant participant.
I think people, the older that was a big thing for baby boomer and Gen X moms was to have their kids in pageants. I feel like it's on its way out. I mean, those people are always gonna exist, but the more liberated and empowered women feel, I feel like they're like, this isn't. This
yeah,
is
but
stupid.
these are still going on
I know,
because
I'm
for
saying,
some of
but
these
they're
girls,
less and
they're
less popular.
You think so?
I would say.
Well, because with all the the big show, Miss America, and all that, you could barely find that anymore on TV. They're like,
Right.
oh, it's at 2 a.m. on Bravo or something.
Yeah.
Nobody knows where the hell those things are anymore. Miss Ohio USA is going to be May 19th and 20th in Portsmouth, Ohio.
There you go.
Wherever the hell that is. That's where it'll be.
Those crowns, what are they made of?
They're made of tinfoil and tears.
No, usually
Do you get real diamonds or?
Swarovski. No.
You think
It's
they're giving
crystals.
diamonds to Miss Ohio
Dude, those-
Teen
No.
USA?
Listen, those
Half of them are
pageants,
plastic.
they cost so much money. Like my friend who I went to college with, she had a I don't know what you call a coach, a pageant coach, and it was hundreds of dollars an hour. It's
They're
like
all rip-offs, by the way.
But that's why I was always so confused, and I don't think I ever watched a single episode of Honey Boo Boo. But I was always so confused by the premise of that show because it seems that pageants are not cheap to get into.
Hell no.
And that family didn't look like they had anything. And
They
the
put
girl
all their
never.
money into it.
all
Right,
you do
but
is need to win one, and then it keeps you going. It's like gambling. Like you win
But the
one.
girl, I never saw the girl win anything.
I never watched that show.
She was just this wild kid that was in pageants, but I never saw that she won. So, how are you paying for this if she doesn't win?
They take all the money they can, or you get sponsorships. I remember I used to go around to different businesses in Berea, and if it was, say, it was a $500 entry fee, I would try to get as many businesses to sponsor me as I could.
Oh,
where
God,
I would
you're
walk
crowdfunding your pageant.
100%.
And what did they get?
They would just, in case I won, we could either give them part of it back or it would go toward my scholarship fund. Like, hey, you're helping invest in your community by helping me get into college, kind of.
Huh.
But I would walk into businesses, local bakery or a restaurant or whatever, and be like, hey, this is what I'm trying to do. I don't have the money to do it. Will you give me $100 to sponsor it?
Do you think the other girls that were in the pageant that took it seriously were pissed when Honey Boo Boo got her show? They're like, she doesn't even do anything. She just gets up there, puts her hand on her hip, and acts sassy, and then she gets a reality show.
Maybe.
I don't know.
What was the original show? Toddlers and Tiaras?
Yeah.
Toddlers and
And that
Tiaras.
was Here Comes Honey Boo Boo.
And then for Dance Moms, I remember my mom was obsessed with that show, and then that was like the one thing we shared because we used to watch it together. And the one lady from the Candy Apples that was from Pittsburgh or Canton, or I think the Candy Apples is in Canton. She came into our store one day, and I was like, "Oh my God!" I was like,
that mom, that's really mean to kids.
No, it wasn't her. The Candy Apples is in Canton, and she was from around here, so she was just a dance teacher. She was not.
Okay,
the
she
mean
wasn't
one.
one screaming at the kid.
No, that's in Pittsburgh. The Abbey Lee Studios in
Yeah,
Pittsburgh, and
okay.
the rival was here in Canton.
So the rival was the good guys.
I guess.
Bill's pageant should be called Miss Gazebo. I mean, there was only one woman, right, that benefited from Bill's gazebo.
It's a one-time thing, but it's lived.
It's really lived on. I mean, the legend
legacy
the legend has outlived the. But that's how legends go, right? Like the lie is always more interesting than the truth. The legend, the story, is always more interesting than the truth.
Was the line from Sandlot? Heroes
You're
come
killing
and go.
me, Smalls?
Forever.
No, heroes come and go, but legends never die. Something like that.
I mean, everyone dies.
Not legends.
Not a legend.
Not a legend.
Like Whitney Houston.
You want one of Jenna's
she did.
other voicemails from the weekend?
Sure.
Calls us all the time, and a 4-day weekend just exacerbates that frequency.
It's time for Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
I had a dream that one day that man in that picture gave me an orgasm.
This has been Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
It took me a second to figure out what she was doing.
She's out there doing her thing.
Mm-hmm. Heroes get remembered, but legends never die.
From the Sandlot.
From the Sandlot.
All right, sir. There's a woman on an airplane, as though air travel isn't awful enough. A woman got on to tell the entire plane that she's no longer a witch.
So you guys know,
Hey,
in case anyone was worried.
all you strangers who've never seen me before in your lives, I want to let you know I am no longer a witch.
Left the broom at home, flying spirit now.
Yeah.
That was it?
No, let me play this for you.
My name is Mariah, and I love Jesus. He recently saved me. I just want you to know from a former witch, we are all collectively landing in Las Vegas, Sin City. I would like you guys to understand that a lot of things are going on in the spiritual realm at this time of the year. I want you to know that Jesus loves you, and he cares for you, and he can help you with whatever you're going through. Jesus, I pray over these people, and I pray that you would make yourself real. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Former witch.
I'm a former witch,
As a former witch.
but now I'm way into Jesus.
Okay.
Hey, he was doing witchy stuff, though, too. He was
Listen.
turning water into wine and walking on water. And come on. it's all-
I understand it's not right to push your religious beliefs on people. But
But you also know that that's the move if you're one of those people. You're
She's-
supposed to be out there proselytizing.
she truly thinks she's helping people. Based on her beliefs, she truly thinks that this is going to help these people.
I don't think there's any malice in her voice.
Right.
I just think it was an odd twist to
It
go,
is.
I'm not a witch anymore.
Kind of annoying.
Yeah.
But can you be mad at her is my
I'm
question.
not mad at her. I'm happy I'm not on that flight.
Well,
'Cause
would
you
you
know
be
that-
mad if you were on the flight?
Listen, all kinds of weird
If it
crap is
was
happening.
that quick, I'm fine with it. You get like a silly little moment, that's fine. I would just be nervous that she's going to freak out and keep us from taking off or something like
Well,
that.
not only that, but those kinds of people, they're never happy with one pitch. They got to give you more. And when you have that apocalyptic mindset, you don't care if the plane crashes. You don't care about anything that happens on this earthly realm. You can't wait to get to the next plane of existence. That's the problem I have with those kinds of people. She's going to try to open the door halfway through the flight so we can all be lifted up into stop.
Don't worry, we're being
We've never been closer to our Lord.
30,000
when
feet to
yeah,
heaven.
when you can't wait for the apocalypse, that's not somebody I want to hang out with. We're all living in hell down here, all right? Why don't you? You're not impressing me by trying to get to the next place. Why don't you hang out with us and really show me what you're made of? if you really think we're all being blessed. Hang out with us. You taking the easy way out for. But, again.
You say this is hell down here, but I'm with Belinda Carlisle.
Heaven is a place on earth.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, listen, if I had to make a list of all the ways in which Bill is with Belinda Carlisle, we'd run out of time today. So I'm going to go to a break instead.
But you can make a couple?
If you want to text, 35192 is the way you get that in. And listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
Your afternoon drive.
Taco Bell stores for a limited time only while supplies last. Price and participation vary. Tax extra.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 on a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch? Thanks again to Chuppy Dumbwink for helping out. You can always leave us messages, too, if you like, on the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, Alan, I think you don't know a goddamn thing about how peeps are made, so why don't you stop saying you think you know things that you don't, dumbass.
Yeah, dumbass.
That's the guy who's not in Massillon who leaves messages all the time, and I guess he's a little upset that I said something about peeps he didn't like, I guess?
You're making a joke about how they go, this one's cherry pits. They just have people taste whatever leftovers they have and go.
Dare I make a joke
It's not what this show's for.
about peeps, Mary? I'm sorry. Poundcake is co-signing on that guy. What's the, we got a new Poundcake podcast dropping tomorrow. Everyone's waiting with bated breath. What is tomorrow going to bring?
Fancy's back for his first appearance of 2023, and the title of it is going to be Search History Kill Switch because his uncle died. I think I'm saying it right. His uncle died.
Yeah, it's pronounced uncle.
No. I'm saying he had like a bunch of people die in a short span. Like his grandmother died, his grandfather died, and now his uncle has passed.
I certainly hope he's being investigated.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
It's like a bit more than a coincidence.
He has a little rain cloud following him. And he was in charge of like getting all his stuff out of his uncle's house, and he went through his uncle's search history.
Why?
Why did he do that?
I don't know.
What did he think he would find?
I don't
think he
know.
knew
but,
what he was gonna find.
But he
Let's
talked.
see what Unc was into.
He talked about it on the podcast. So.
All right. Oh, so the podcast is already in the can.
Yeah, we recorded it on Thursday or Friday.
Gotcha. Let me play I want you to tell me who this band is, okay, Poundcake? Are you ready? It's a song you'll know. I want you to tell me who it is. You ready? Okay.
Hey, teachers, lift it salon. All in our dista, I know they break the wall.
You said I would know this?
Who that? I mean, it's a very famous song. I would think we play it all the time on MMS. I would think you would know the band if we were. Yeah.
Teachers, lift it salon. All in our dista, I know they break the wall.
I have no idea what this song is.
All right. Well, that's another brick in the wall by Pink Floyd, of course.
Is that William Hung?
No, they're not
That
William
his
Hung.
return?
Nope. Allen Portsmouth, Ohio is about 10 minutes from Kentucky. That's where I was born. That's Peyton. Oh, okay. Well, that's where Miss Ohio is being held. 10 minutes from Kentucky. I wonder if they import. I wonder if they import any girls from Kentucky and give them fake papers and enter them into the Miss Ohio pageants.
It's illegal.
Huh?
You can't do that.
Can't do what?
You can't compete in a state you're not born in.
They don't know. That's why you fake the papers.
That you're not born in?
You can't compete for Miss Ohio if you're not from Ohio.
You have to
But,
be
like, what
born
if
in
you move
Ohio.
there?
Yeah.
Oh, that I don't know.
I bet you have
Maybe
to
you just
be
have
a
to have
resident.
an address there. Yeah.
But I mean, you could fake all that stuff.
Maybe.
You may have never heard of this before, but I'll get you hip to it. It's called a fake ID.
No, that's not real.
I
Quite
stands
literally,
for
that's not real.
and D, identification.
I never had the balls to have one of those.
I never had one either because I didn't drink.
Well, I wanted to drink, but I just...
And kids are really open about it now, too. Like, I was texting my daughter, like, we had moved her into college in the fall. I was like, how's everything going? I knew she's going to be real busy. She's at the College of Music, blah, blah, blah. And she said, good. She's like, I got somebody working on my fake. Like, okay, cool.
Just put it in a text.
Yes, but like my son was hooking her up with his guy.
Oh, my
okay,
God.
listen, it's all good. Whatever.
They're gonna do it either way.
Yes, I'm like, please be careful. I'm not,
Yeah, there's no way I could be cool.
I think you should drive up there right now.
It's not even about. It's not even about being cool. It's just like because I was never like the cool dad. But it's just like things are going to go the way they're going to go. What am I going to do? Flip out? What am I going to be?
Well, I'm not saying that.
What? I mean, I know how things are. Listen, I realize, and this is why I'm so ill prepared to deal with those kinds of things, is I did not have like the traditional college experience, right? So I wasn't going to school in the middle of a cornfield and getting drunk every Thursday through Sunday. So I can't speak to those kinds of, so I'm not going to freak out about it.
But I feel
that's
like
what you do in college, as I understand it.
I feel like, I would get, because girls, when they have a fake, they don't get questioned on it because they want girls at on a college campus, college bars, they want young, cute girls in their bar. So if they have a fake and it looks convincing enough and you're not being stupid, chances are you'll probably get in. But guys who have fakes, they get grilled a lot harder and they get quizzed on like the uniqueness of your ID, like, oh, what state's it in? What's your birthday? Like, you have to have some stuff fake. Otherwise, they could just look you up and see that you're not really 21 or whatever. So
yeah, but I also assume male or female, you can't be a working bar for any length of time and have the place crawling with underage kids.
I don't know.
So
depends on the town.
Really?
Yeah, I worked at a comedy club in Missouri that Thursday night was college night. Because it was a big school.
Well, that's so okay. But that's because law enforcement looks the other way.
I don't know about that.
They don't want. They have to. They're not going to. They don't want to scoop up an entire bar of kids.
They're not
every
going to
night.
raid the bar. What are they going to do?
That's what I'm saying. They look the other way.
That's not looking the other way. It's just they don't get until they get a call. What are they going to do? Wait and they don't have a police officer outside the door. They have like a bouncer. If the bouncer says something sketchy, then they would call the police.
Well, that's the thing is for years it was just kind of this thing where they're like, we're going to let it happen. But then there was too many incidents where things got out of control after the shows and word got out. And then they started doing a hard ID check, where they scanned it and everything because and I'm talking about the whole city changed the way it was operating, where it was like a town where you could go and drink underage to a town where they weren't letting anybody in without an ID.
Just before we go past it, I know you're far too humble to mention it, Bill, but is the premise there that your comedy shows were generating riots upon people leaving?
No. It was just on those nights, the comedy show wasn't even, it was kind of the worst because it would just be these college kids that were so drunk. So Friday and Saturday would be really fun, but those Thursday shows were really tough to get through.
So you get your chops.
Yeah.
There was.
I have been a Republican in times good, and I have been a Republican in times bad.
Yeah, that's a guy at a Bill Squire show back then.
There was a bar just off campus in Toledo that was 18 and over, so you could get in if you were 18, but you got an X on your hand and you got a wristband if you were 21. But it was also very well known that if you had one person who was 21 in your group, you could walk up and order 15 shots and they would serve you 15 shots. They didn't question where they were going as long as the person who ordered and paid for the shots was 21. We were turning right around and handing them to everybody who was underage. So technically, yes, there were IDs being checked and a system in place for telling who was 21 and who wasn't, but the bar genuinely did not care at all.
Really?
Yeah.
They were like, whatever, we want to make money, so come by 15
I just
shots.
remembered my primary experience was in radio when I was hosting club nights on college night. And they were the places that I remember, maybe because they knew they'd pack it either way. I don't know.
But that was also
It wasn't a college
Pittsburgh.
town. It was a bit,
Yeah.
right, but I'm just
so that's
saying.
that's a lot different than a town, like Bowling Green or
different
Columbia, Missouri, or something like that. Those are towns that are running off of the college students.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. It is contingent on a lot of people looking the other way.
Or just knowing that it's going to happen, and then there's not much they can do about it. So they're just trying to keep kids safe as much as they can, because if they're not drinking in those bars, They're going to go drink in their dorms. They're going to go, like you said, drink in a field. They're going to go do something.
I mean, hell, even when my friend was legit, he was from Arizona, and you would think that because it's a university, they're used to having people from all over the country and the world, but that wasn't the case. My friend was from Arizona, and I guess in Arizona you don't have to renew your license for like 15 years or something like that, something ridiculous. And he would go through the drive-thru and get booze, and every single time they would stop him. They're like, "This is a fake ID." He's like, if I had a fake ID, why would I make it that apparent that I have a fake ID? 15 years, it doesn't make any sense. He was like, Arizona is an Arizona law. He was like, well, this is Ohio, and I'm not selling you anything. Like, I'm like, oh my gosh, I hate going with him.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
How was I supposed to get alcohol underage? Like, I don't understand.
Making it harder.
They made my plug work harder to get me alcohol underage.
How dare they?
You didn't have anybody of age that was from Ohio?
They would get me my plug who I used to get. He would get me stupid sugary drinks. He would get me like the
yeah, but you take what you can get back then when you were a kid.
That's why I was drinking so much Hypnotic.
He would get me like a Mike's Hard lemonade. I'm like, I don't want these.
Right, they're super sugary, but they'll mess you up.
You gotta have 6 of them, but whatever.
Because they're so sugary. Yeah.
I had a heavy Mike's Hard lemonade, or not, well, Mike's Hard and Hypnotic, whatever it was like easy to get.
I'll tell you what, I was a thug. I was a thug when I used to drink Orloff straight.
Ugh,
I was
just
a
poor.
thug.
Poor.
That's when you really want to get drunk. You said I was a whore.
No, poor.
Oh. No, that was the only thing I had access to. My plugs weren't going to go into the liquor store to get
Go
me
to the
anything.
gas station.
They would go to the drive-thru.
A handle of Orloff.
Ugh, $7.
Yeah.
And it was like literally just rubbing alcohol. And I'm like, whatever, take it to the head. I failed that final.
I don't miss drinking. When I think about that, like the things I used to drink, I had an incredible Hulk phase, which is Hennessy and Hypnotic mixed together.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good. Like it's much more tasty than you think that it is.
151 and pineapple juice,
Mhm.
my specialty.
We did. We used to throw a lot of house parties, so we would do like the big Gatorade mixer. What are those things called? The big like water jugs.
Oh, it's a
jungle juice, right?
Jungle juice.
No, not jungle juice. What are the containers called? The big things that like the football teams have full of Gatorade.
Oh, like the cooler thing.
Like a
with
cooler
the
kind
pump
of.
on
Yeah,
it.
with the little pump on it.
It's
so we
like
would.
a Gatorade cooler.
Our house's specialty was pink panty droppers, which would be a case of Natty, 2 handles of Orloff, or whatever plastic vodka we could get. What's the other one? Kamchatka. Yeah, Kamchatka.
Oh,
2
God.
handles of that, a case of Natty, and then 2 liters of Country Time lemonade. You drink
Just to cut it.
And you get messed up.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Hey, David.
Hey, how are you?
What's going on, David?
Hey, hate the show first off and foremost.
Thank you.
So I love listening to you because you're very well spoken and a wordsmith per se. Can we stop using bated breath? I feel like there's a plethora of other words that we could be using.
Okay. Well, I couldn't tell you the last time that I used it, but if it really struck you like that, what would you prefer? How about flabbergasted?
Well, I mean, about 3 minutes ago you used it.
No, I know I did, but you, the implication being that I use it all the time or too much
You do.
or bated breath?
You use waiting with bated breath a lot.
Huh. Well, I guess I like that phrase. You know, words are supposed to be like a little bit. Okay, go ahead. What?
I'm sorry. I love the phrase. Before you, I'd heard it maybe once in my life.
Yeah.
I feel like you could do better.
Well, what would you prefer, David?
Anticipatory. That was the first off the top of my head. You know, I feel like I look to you for new words and phrases that I can use in my everyday life. And
Well, that's your first mistake.
No. I appreciate your vocabulary and your use of words. I kept hearing it over and over, and I was like, man, I feel like you can do better.
Bated breath. Well, you're probably right. But, yeah, okay.
Anyway, hate the show.
Yeah.
Love you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Keep going on.
Will do. We'll be here with bated breath, David, waiting for your next call.
Appreciate you guys.
All right. There's David in Parma. Doesn't like bated breath. He wants me to instead trip over the word anticipatory.
Anticipatory.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll wait for that with bated breath.
How about agog? Let's look up synonyms. Let's look up synonyms for bated breath.
I would like to look up cinnamons.
Eager, excited. See, those are just words. Phrases are interesting. But for you, David, I will come up with
Edge of
bated
my
breath.
seat. That's one.
But again, I'm looking for economy. So I'm not going to go from 2 words to more words, and I don't really want to trip over anticipatory every time. I mean, I've used flabbergasted. I guess that wasn't good enough for David. He just doesn't like bated breath. All right, well, it's something to consider. I am first and foremost in my role here at the Buzzard, a public servant.
Obviously.
As a steward of the public airwaves, I am first and foremost beholden to the listeners. That said, how about on tenterhooks? There's a
There it
good one, right?
is.
On tenterhooks.
Nobody will get sick of that. Huh. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll keep an ear on it. And the next time I think that bated breath is going to come out of my mouth, I'll go, whoop!
Hey.
David's out there in Parma. You ain't going to like that. Nick in Golden Valley, Arizona says the non-federal driver's licenses in Arizona are something like 40 years.
That's what I'm saying. So
I wonder why. That seems like so much money they're leaving on the table at the DMV.
Unless it costs like $400.
Well, I just don't understand. I mean, my friend could not have been the only guy from Arizona to have that ID. Like most people had their hometown ID. So I don't understand why he kept getting stopped all the time. Maybe it was because he was a dude. If a girl had it, maybe it wouldn't be a thing. But every time we would go through there, it would be the same dude. And I'm like, he said, we do this every time we come through. And he still wouldn't let him get alcohol. Ruined my day.
He did it to you, Cody. You know that, right?
Probably.
He saw you in the car, or he knew you, and he was like, I can't let Cody get drunk.
Well, because I'm like, sometimes I drove him before. I sat in the passenger seat and let him drive before. And then sometimes I didn't go at all. And every time they would stop him. I'm like, what good are you?
A lot of listeners are wondering what you mean by plug.
Means the hookup.
One time my boyfriend was in college, and so he was 1 or 2 years older than me, and I went into Giant Eagle with him while he bought beer, and they wouldn't sell it to him because I wasn't 21. Like, he was 21 and I was 20, and they carded both of us, and he was like, well, I'm the one buying it. And they're like, well, she's with you, and if she doesn't have a valid ID over 21, you can't buy this alcohol. So we had to, like, go to the liquor store, and I waited in the car. But yeah, they wouldn't even sell it to him because I was with him.
One of the only times I drank in college was when a good friend of mine who was dating a much older guy, he had bought a bar. He bought a bar. And we went there on like a Tuesday night, and there weren't that many people there. And I walked in with her, and because her boyfriend owned the bar, she knew the bartender, and she just walked. We were both sophomores in college, maybe. She just walked behind the bar and started making us a couple of drinks. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
But there was nobody at the door.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't like a college bar. It was a neighborhood bar.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay.
You can always tell the bars that have, like, integrity because no one's ever in those bars. Like, I feel like if you're
integrity?
Like,
what do you mean?
If you're on a college
campus.
This wasn't a college bar, though. You're talking about the difference between a neighborhood bar and where, like, the townies go. And where the college kids go.
Not really, because there are some that are like, there's a lot of, contrary to popular belief, there's a lot of students that are over the age of 21 that like to drink at bars too. And those ones always have less people. And the times that
yeah, because they're not doing like slippery nipples for 50 cents or whatever.
Yeah, I know. And you just walk past them, and I'm like, wow, it's empty in there. And then they look, and they like, you're not old enough. Get out of, like, just leave.
Because they don't want a hassle.
I know they don't want the hassle, but I'm just like, you need my money. I know you need my money. Don't kick me out.
But there's some places that are like, we don't need your money. We got plenty of 60-year-old alcoholics drinking in here every night.
Yes.
I don't need your $2 and no tip because you're broke.
Don't do me no favors.
I damn near had to cuss out the bartender that wouldn't let me into the bar on my 18th birthday. Or my 21st birthday.
No wonder you had to cuss him out. You were only 18.
It was like midnight, and she looked at my ID. She said, "You're not 21." I said, 12:01, bitch. And she was like,
"What, bitch?
Oh my God, happy birthday!" I was like, "Thank you." I just trotted on in. I was like, that would have been a scene, but she let me in.
He said 12:01, bitch. She's doing her job. He's so excited that it's after midnight, and he get 12:01, bitch.
I'm 21.
I know, but who cares?
So
it's like
I turned 21 on Thanksgiving Day. So night before Thanksgiving was a huge going out night, and night before Thanksgiving I was still only 20. But it was like 10:30 at night, and I went to go buy booze, and they carded me. And I showed him my ID, and the guy goes, "Sorry, come back in an hour and a half." And I was like, "Seriously, you're not going to sell it to me?" He's like, "I am not selling you this." He's like, "You can wait in your car until midnight."
You're underage.
I know, but I was like pleading with him. I was like, "Come on, man. It's 90 minutes. Like, just let me get it now." And he's like, "You can come back in 90 minutes." I'm not selling you this. I don't know why I thought it was going to work, but
Mary
I thought it was going to work.
walked back in 90 minutes and said, 12:01, bitch.
No, I just went to the bar, got hammered.
Yeah. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
You know, me and you have my birthday.
I'm going to stuff you in this turkey.
You're not a Sagittarius.
Sagittarius. Ah, boy. All right, let me take a break here. You want to get the last word in? Shoot me a text. Cavs off tonight, so you get the full Corey Roddick experience after 6:30. And the next chance to grab some money is coming up, too. Next keyword to go fund yourself on the way at 6:30 as well.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2023.
Presented
by Capital One. Los Angeles. Blew the freaking roof off. The biggest names in alternative rock took the stage.
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Muse.
Jack White. Fall Out Boy.
Ben Phoenix. And plugged in for once-in-a-lifetime performances.
One of the most amazing events.
Ridiculously amazing.
Absolutely spectacular.
Relive it all. Hashtag iHeartAlterEgo 2023. And don't miss next year's Alter Ego.
Give it up. Thank you for coming to the show.
This is Clay Travis. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
Jim Schwartz is back on the Browns staff 30 years after he broke into the NFL as a scout for Cleveland. Schwartz is the Browns' choice for defensive coordinator. Cavs guard Donovan Mitchell did